Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third edition of the annual International Women in the Arts Conference. A conference I'm very honored and proud to organize along with my dear friends and colleagues, Adelina Modesti. This third edition, when we were thinking to this third edition, it was exactly last year, right after the end of the second edition, and thinking about the topic that we could cover. And we were just seeing at what was going on in the world. And we were thinking of the idea of women in a warlike scenarios. We couldn't expect for sure that the topic it is very timely, not only because the Ukrainian war we were thinking about right a year ago, but also because all the news we are getting every day since at least the beginning of last week. The call was launched as usual the end of February, beginning of March. We received a lot of proposals, very interesting proposals, and it really came out, we think, a very interesting, rich, intense program with 27 different speakers from all over the world. And it is with sorrow that we have to announce that for the first time we had a scholar, young scholar, PhD students from Israel, who lives right at the border between Israel and Gaza, and she cannot attend. And of course, when it will be her day, that is the 20, we won't see her neither connected from remote because she cannot connect, so connection are cut off, and so she has just sent us a video we will be presenting. And again, the topic is very timely. Well, again, so 27 speakers, 3 intense days, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different sessions. Amazonian visions, women respond to the battlefield, guerrilla girls in the making, femme forte, and 2 sessions about warring women, representation iconography 1 and representation in iconography 2. Well, this edition, it is intense also because we will be presenting the first proceedings of AIWAC number 1. And I thank again Brepol's Publishing House and her representative here, Jirki Thibault. Thanks for coming again, Jirki. We will have the participation today of Fatimah Hossaini. She is a photographer, an artist, an activist, and she uses to work in, again, warlike scenarios. And we will have also a performance that will be the very last day, La Storia Scordata, which is a text based on the 3 figures of women who, in a way, had fought to have their rights done and recognized. I really have to thank everyone. And for being here, I have to thank Juliet Simpson for her participation and to have accepted to be keynote speaker. So Juliet was here last year, and her enthusiasm and joy and absolute scholarships, I'm sure, will be her speech will be a very interesting one. And I have to thank again, last but not least, Professor Vera Fortunati, Emerita from Alma Mater Bologna, our mentor, our highlights. So thanks for coming again, Professor Fortunati, and she will be doing the closing remarks. I have to thank all my colleagues here at the University of Arkansas Center, Professor Francesco Bedeschi, the director of the university, for his commitment and for supporting and envisioning every year this conference. I have to thank Fabio Grassi Orsini, because without him we won't be here. for sure, for his IT skills and talent. And I have to thank, again, last but not least, I have to thank Simone Andreoni for his scientific secretariat and my students from the Women in the Arts and Architecture course, that is to say Mia Moorhead, Angelique Moulin, Catherine Vahuz, Eden Isbell, Honors One, Jennifer Sandoval, Hayley Nape. So they're assisting me, they're assisting us, and they've done a great job. I have to thank the students from the course Renaissance and Baroque Architecture for being here attending the conference as part of the course this morning. That's all. I leave the stage to Adelina Modesti, and have a good conference, and thanks for coming again.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'd just like to add my thoughts to what Consuelo has said. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to continue my collaboration with Dr. Lollobrigida and the University of Arkansas. And I also thank Professor Francesco Badeschi for his support of this conference. We're very pleased with the success that the conference is having over the last couple of years, and I hope that will continue in the future. And also the proceedings of the first conference, AIWAC conference, is doing very well indeed, and the book will be presented on Thursday afternoon, tomorrow afternoon. I welcome you, and we'll begin with the proceedings. Thank you.
So the first...
Yes.
The first okay.
Yeah, that's okay. The first speaker is Eike Faber. He is a staff member at the Institute of History at the University of Potsdam and has been a research assistant of the Chair of the History of Antiquity at the University of Potsdam since 2007. In 2013, he received his doctorate with a thesis on the Christianity of the Goths, published in 2014, and please excuse my German, as it is not very good, von Ulfila bis Recaret die Goten und ihr Christentum. Spot on. Thank you. His work focuses on the field of late antiquity, in particular on the religious history of the period and on the so-called Walke-Wanderung, as well as in the field of conflict studies. He is, among other things, a member of the editorial committee of Potestas and a member of the Associación Barbaricum. And like he will be talking this morning on warrior women in classical Athens between Amastos and Anti-Aneira in literary and artistic depiction. Thank you, Eike.
Thank you so much for those kind words and the introduction. Thank you, Adelina Modesti and Consuelo Lollobrigida, for setting this up, for getting this conference going. I'm grateful for the opportunity to present my ideas on a topic which you've just heard to me is kind of new or not the usual topic. I'm thanking the University of Arkansas Rome program for the hospitality. And I think it's apparent I'm starting at the beginning, chronologically. That's just the earliest things we know about the Amazons. And after that, I'm here to learn and listen in on the long reception history that Amazons have had and still enjoy. And that's the part I'm aware that I don't know much about. As you have heard, and as the title of my presentation makes clear, I'm a historian, not an art historian. I will show you photos and maybe you point out to me what I didn't see. We'll see how it goes. All right, we'll start. I have an outline on the next slide, but I'll start with a map and show you around where Amazons lived according to mythical thinking in antiquity. We are seeing the Black Sea. Apologies for the German map, German text on the map. We are close to the Mediterranean, seeing the Aegean Sea and the Black Sea centered. The Amazons feature in the Trojan cycle of myth and legend. The storyline as such is very old. We are talking before the 9th century. The Ilias and Odyssey are from 750, 725, 675 before Common Era, and the Amazons feature in that. Those epics where they are central characters are the written version is much later, much younger, that is, but the epic still remains the same as its core. In classical times, that is the 5th, 4th century before Common Era, we hear about a competition at Ephesus among sculptors, of course, who's the best and who does the best Amazon. So we have got contemporary evidence that it was in the 440s, 430s, and we have statues to match. That's the second one on the left. The classical author Herodotus, Pater Historiae, writes about all kinds of things in relation to the Persian War and explains the world as he sees it to his Greek audience. And he places the Amazons close to the Black Sea at the edge of the Eurasian steppe where the Scythians come from. Those are closely associated with Scythians. And there's an entire mythology, anecdotes about that, which I don't have time to go into even, but there's more to come. And of course, all of us know Wonder Woman. I've got some marketing thing from a supermarket, and that's where I put it. I don't know if you can see that properly. That's Wonder Woman down there at a supermarket, and in the film, in the movies, and in the legend, she is placed at Themyscira in modern Turkey. So that's how I'm going to go about that. We're going to see the evidence for that competition between sculptors. We are going to read a text about the deadly fight at Troy. I'm going to ask why should one speak about Amazons, and I'm going to present 3 options, and you're going to see what I'm trying to do. I referenced civic society in the title of my presentation, so we need to go into that and see what do I mean, what's relevant for Greek civic society. Bullet number 5 is the second time we are going to look at Amazon etymology and where do there's bywords come from. The first time is Amazon is anti-anairai. We are going to then look at different images of Amazons on slightly different media with 3 main Greek heroes. And we will then finish the anecdote from slide 2 and ask what happens after a hero kills an Amazon. What can happen then? We end with the Ephesian statues, and we end again with what the sources, the myths, the interpretations of scholarship tell us Greek men want, and it turns out they all want to marry an Amazon. They don't even know that while they're fighting, but after the fight, they realized they wanted to all along. Okay, so we're at Ephesus, at the height of Greek culture and Greek art history, or at one that we define as the height. And the Artemision of Ephesus holds the competition among sculptors. We have 5 entries, and we know, or we associate known statues, known copies with the names of 3 very well-known sculptors. We are seeing Roman copies of the originals who are from the classical age and spread all over the world, as you can see, fixed, assembled together from various traditions, but all according to those 3 types. They have very peculiar postures, and each Amazon is equipped to different sort of fighting technique, shall we say. The one who won first prize is in a way a Greek hoplite, a citizen warrior of Athens. The one in the middle, the second prize, is styled as an archer, which in the case of Athens would have come from Crete, would not be a citizen if it were a male fighter. The third prize is looking like a rider and a knight, so to speak. Elite cavalry, also Athenian citizens. So they are closely modeled on male patterns, male equipment within the confines of the genre that they are standing there really rather naked, but it's visible to someone who looks for the bow, who looks for the lance, and whatever it be. And it's a bit strange that at Ephesus we have that. They are looking like Athenian military, and that is explainable at the time for 40s, for 30s, because Athens has dominion and Ephesus is included in the Delian League. So there may be a reason why it's politically appropriate to display them like that. It would be a bit odious even from the 4th century and after that. So then it must just be tradition, and they are already there. All right, what do we see? We see statues of standing women, originally made in bronze and slightly larger than life. The copies we have range between 180 and 2 meters and 2 in size. They are warlike women, warlike Amazons, in a situation which is not entirely clear, but it's after a fight. They've been wounded. They are supposed to be reasonably beautiful. They are very naked compared to other classical statuary and other archaic statuary of women. I would think they look Western, Caucasian, and very white, not necessarily in the sense of white like the table, like the furniture, but white as in an ideal of Europeanness or whatever have you. It may be from the modern copies, it may be that the Athenians bring that to the table. And of course, the originals weren't white, they were polychromatic in different colors and wore colorful clothes, among other things. We are going to Troy. We're changing location. And we are at a point in time in the Trojan legends after the Ilias plot, before the Odyssey plot, and there's a myriad other plot lines that all come together which form an entire circle. So we are in old stories. And what we are about to witness is the entry of Penthesilea, queen of the Amazons, who enters the war against the war of the Greek against the Trojans on the Trojan side, and defends them, intends to fight against the Greeks. And what we are asking is, what does Amazones anti-anairai mean? How are they equal to men? With these words, the Amazons donned their shining armor and poured out from their camp by the ships in powerful array. They entered the bloody fray with the appetite of wild beasts for raw flesh, all well equipped with spears, breastplates, strong shields of ox hide, and stout helmets. Now foe hacked at foe with reckless abandon, and the Trojan soil grew red. Then Penthesilea slew Molion, Persinous, Ailissus, Antiteus, and violent Lernus, Hippalmus, Haemonides, and mighty Elasippus. The Danaans are the Greeks. There are different words for Greeks, and we will see most of them in the quotations I have for you. What we are having is a very typical Aristeia scene. A scene where a hero or heroine, in that case, gets especially glorious entry, gets especial bravery, and is killing very many foes. That's a very typical scene for Odysseus, Agamemnon, Achilles, for the men, and Penthesilea also gets one, and she kills, I think it's more than 5 people in those few lines. They are heroes, they are fighting, they are dressed and equipped exactly like the men. Penthesilea's battle ardor was unabated. like some lioness in the high mountains who rushes through the deep and rocky ravine to pounce on a herd of cows, lusting for blood, her heart's delight. Just so Ares' maiden daughter pounced on the Danaans. That's where the Danaans come in, who are the Greeks, by the way. Penthesilea, queen of the Amazons, is compared to a lioness. She is lusting for blood and raging to fight and to enter the fray, and she is closely associated with Ares, the Greek god of war. She is also fierce, if you take both quotations together, and strong, and whatever she is, because she is Ares' maiden daughter. So that status is referenced, and that's important as it turns out. That spear of mine, that spear cast of mine may have been in vain, but with this one I shall put an end to the strength and spirit of both of you. For all your brave boasting among the Greeks, and then the horse-taming Trojans will suffer much less in the battle. Come closer, make your way through the fighting, and see with what force and spirit we Amazons are endowed. My ancestry is no less warlike than yours. I am the daughter of no mortal man, but of Ares himself, who is never sated with the din of battle. That is why I am far superior to valor to men. So again, it's the Greeks, the horse-taming Trojans is a very typical byword of epic poetry. They live by those set lines. And Penthesilea makes clear she is fighting for the Trojans and will get them to win. So the question is now, why would Penthesilea be a daughter of Ares? That is because fitting female deities, which would be more akin to our ideas that the Amazons have a patron person, a patron deity who was female, and fitting deities are Artemis, responsible for the hunt maybe, and Athena, responsible for war, the arts and wisdom, and the city of Athens, are maiden goddesses, neither of which is a mother. It's in their very core. They are not mothers. So we cannot use the closely associated persons from the pantheon with the Amazons. They cannot start a genealogy. Ares can. That's why they put him at the start of the Amazons. We'll now leave this scene by means of a cliffhanger, just as Achilles is going to make his entrance. In a way, Achilles is associated with war, and he is also associated with Ares, and I should add that Ares is really despised by all his colleagues from the godly pantheon of the Olympians. So it's a strange one to have as a founding figure. I'm certain there are more reasons to speak about Amazons. I've come up with those three, and I'm referencing the brilliant book by Adrian Mayer, brilliant recent book by Adrian Mayer on the subject. So it's totally, it makes a lot of sense to look for historical warrior women, which is, in my reading, the main point of what Adrian Mayer does. She looks for proof, and she does so successfully, for real-world warrior women in antiquity in the first millennium BC and later, who are probable examples and inspirations for Amazons in Athenian myth, in Greek myth, and she finds those inspirational people in the Eurasian steppe, in burials. They were only recently properly excavated and researched, and it used to be the case that a burial with horse, saddle, and weapons was a male burial, just because of the material associated with it. And new research shows that genetics and the bones and everything makes clear it's a woman. She has been fighting, she has been a fighter, she has been wounded, the bones have healed, she has been fighting again. So there are those warrior women, we find them in the graves. And the Greeks knew about those. You saw the map where the Greek world associates Amazons and other people. The second bullet is what I'm trying to do. I'm going to try and ask, why do the Greeks tell those tales? I'm aware that Amazons exist. That's a good enough reason, but I don't think it's quite exactly the reason. And the Amazons on the pictures don't quite look like what we find in those burials. So it's a step removed. It's 2 steps removed. And there ought to be a reason why Greek myth, Greek stories, Greek art depicts Amazons. I'm trying to get at why that is, what that is. So on a general level, those women are going to be an other of some kind, and I'm trying to put more flesh on that point. The third point, and I'm assuming that's what I'm going to hear in the other presentation, that's what you are doing, is looking at what can other times do with those Amazons? How do we read them? How do we incorporate them? How do, well, people express themselves with reference to Amazons? So that's what I came here to hear. I'm offering my stuff and I'm looking for yours, hoping for yours. So we're coming to the subject of civic society, which I referenced in the title, which means looking at the Athenian state, Greeks, polis, states, and their public and private life, which is centered around a dichotomy of oikos and polis. Oikos is a household, and polis is the state, for want of a better word. State, society, cult, communication with the gods, all of that is included. It's a typically Greek dichotomy. Both are conceptually very clearly different. The oikos is supposed to be very self-sufficient, very autonomous, headed by the Kyrios, a male citizen who is the head of his family, who also is defined, and the oikos is defined by land ownership. So that's the complex. One guy, his family, the people who depend on him, and his land and maybe his houses. Those oikoi are ideally totally isolated. In fact, they are not. They make up a polis, and those guys, those curious people, citizens, need to come together, need to organize, need to have a statehood in whatever forms we could define that and get closer to it. So the citizens. Wow. Well, I'm already out of time. We are looking at that not a diagram, because we see men and women, and we see a burial scene. The women have very styled in a very peculiar way. They have gestures. They have different colored skin from the men. The men look outward to the polis. The women look inward. That's where they, according to this, ought to look. I'm not saying they have to, but I'm saying that's what the picture says. This is where in Greek art women work indoors, without men, some sort of manual, practical thing, often weaving, because weaving is high status. That's what a woman of status does. The life worlds of women they are daughters. In an ideal case, they become married women, wives, and then mothers. That's the expectation. It's not on the picture, but the context is there. Etymologically, we have amastos and amatsa for the Amazons, which can mean without a breast or without bread, without eating bread. And the without breast etymology is much better known and probably extremely unrealistic. We read that it's because they need to shoot a bow. And if we look at modern archers, men or women, doesn't affect them much, as far as I can tell. So it's not true. The amatsa, the not eating bread, associates them with the steppe, with a nomadic lifestyle. It's the opposite of polis and sedentary agricultural living. If we look at pictures of Amazons, finally, and we are trying to circle back to the war scene, the fighting scene, they are very typical. All the great foundational heroes fight Amazons. We see an early picture, Heracles defeats Amazons. The fight is tough. One Amazon is even winning. In all, the men are winning. What does he go for? He goes for a belt. What does Heracles want? He wants that belt of the Amazon queen. And in having her belt, she is naked. She is at his power. That's what's at stake in that fight. Same but different. Theseus, the Athenian hero. Heracles, the Greek hero. Theseus, the Athenian hero. And he is getting one of his wives by kidnapping an Amazon. It may be Antiope, it may be the Amazon queen herself. Either way, he carries her away. They marry, they have a son. That Amazon who marries Theseus will fight against her sisters when they attack Athens, which is a foundational myth for Athens and which is the basic reason why they paint Amazons anywhere. Fight at Troy. Achilles fighting Penthesilea. We have heard Penthesilea shout, "Come on, fight me." And that's the picture of it. Achilles wins. Achilles will kill her. We see it in the pictures. We'll see the text in a moment. I'm going to have to read this text, otherwise it doesn't make sense. Reversal of gender roles. Principle of reversal structures the entire world of Amazons. No men but women, no marriages, and what have you, fighting. A female warrior is a contradiction in terms. It is for Greek thinking, they can't exist, they can't be warriors, they should be men, they are women. It doesn't compute. That makes Amazons liminal persons, liminal figures. What kind of figures? Daughters. They assume temporarily a boy's role, and by their androgynous nature, they are much stronger than normal men, which is what all the fighting scenes show us, where only heroes are strong enough to overcome those Amazons. Achilles kills Penthesilea, and what happens then? He tries to rob her of her stuff, of her armor, a spear, helmet, breastplate, what have you, as you would with any male opponent. And what happens then? He is totally flabbergasted because she isn't dead and bloody and bruised. She's beautiful. The gods make Penthesilea at the moment of dying supremely beautiful. Aphrodite herself makes her beautiful. So Achilles sort of doesn't agree with his killing Penthesilea. All the men around wish, oh my, that should have been my wife. I wish I had a wife like her. So does Achilles. The moment of killing, the moment of swap, Achilles, and everyone agrees, says, I should have married her. Salvador Dali does it with one painting, what I've avoided so far. Why the posture of those Amazon statues? It's not for fun, it's not for the viewing pleasure, not entirely at least. In the logic of it, it's because they are wounded below the arm in the fight, and I apologize for not having photos of that. The statues show that, and the polychromatic statues show it better, but I haven't got a photo. That's where the Amazons are wounded. That's why they are going to soon be falling down and dying. But we're seeing the moment of switch from the warlike, fierce, independent Amazon, who is enigmatic, to a woman the Greeks can comprehend, possess, want to marry. There are other people who die in the Greek art, also men. That's the Gauls in Hellenistic art. They are also another of a different kind, but there's a tradition of putting them on mostly naked, mostly wounded, and we ought to compare that really. Again, Tyrell, and that's the last slide. The Amazon, the liminal figure of transition rights, whose world is the reversal of all that is valued by the male. The male who holds the position of power in the household, who needs to get along with his peers to form a state, so a state can exist, but who wants to be autonomous as possible, and he doesn't want anyone else coming into his household, neither does he want to taking one from his household, not a daughter, not a son, ideally, but they have to. And the Amazon myth illustrates what happens if they don't accept daughters-in-law and if they don't give their daughters to someone else's son to marry. So that's what Tyrell said in the 80s already. I think it's still true, and it fits in with the artistic depiction of Amazon is fierce. We can overcome her, and the woman that's wounded is beautiful, is one that is marriageable, and all falls into place then. Yes, exactly. No belt, no girdle anymore, but Heracles has that. Amazon myths, to quote Tyrell again, explain the necessity to a man, to a head of household, for their daughter to marry by portraying the consequences of daughters of citizens not marrying other people outside the household. That was 7 or 8 minutes. I apologize. I apologize to all of you for the rush, but I felt the link between text, scholarship, and pictures to be important. Thank you so much. I'm very appreciative. I want to know what you're going to ask and comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ike, for that insight into the Amazonian myth. And I'll welcome our next speaker, Veronica Parise, who is an independent scholar, and she will be speaking, I am not a man, but an homo, yes I am, warrior women in anthropological perspective. Very much looking forward to this, thank you. And can I just remind everyone that the papers are 20 minutes. Yeah, otherwise we'll be very much behind.
Posso appoggiare? Aspetta perché voglio mettermi il cronometro. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Okay, good morning to everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the conveners and the scientific board for inviting me to speak. It's a very important event, and I feel very honored to be part of a conference of art, architecture, and literature with a contribution coming from an anthropologist. Naturally, I will give you a different perspective, shifting from maybe the main theme. The original title is a sort of a pun that I will explain later, and I recall the original, the real title of the speech is "Warrior Women Under the Lens of Anthropology: Theories, Reminiscence, and Portrayals from Amazon to Ethnographic Legacy." I don't know what happened. Okay. I don't know what happened with the... Yeah, but there was some picture. There should be this one. Okay, I go on, don't worry. So this paper will be focused on wearing women and But the list in folklore, the list of women in folklore is really extensive. We will focus in Africa, where we find the women representatives in Angola, Benin, Burkina Faso, Congo, Ethiopia, Ghana, Nigeria, Sudan, Somalia, Zimbabwe. Some shrouded in legend, some semi-legendaries, and some traced historically. We will therefore shine the spotlight on the Amazon in Dahomey and on Jinga, queen of the Ambushu kingdom of Ondongo and Matamba, located in present-day Angola. I don't know what happened. Help me. Next animation. Can I? This is the first, so we have to go on. Nothing happened. Yeah, sure. Yes, here. Thanks. But how can I go home with that? I'm sorry. This is, I have to go home? Okay. Okay. Now I am sorry. Okay. So as I told you before, there are the theme is widespread all over the world. This slide is a representative of something like a ruler of Taomanchan, which is a queen of Tizimet, and is from Mesoamerica, from the Aztec, and it's from the Codex Borgia, which is a very important codex that means something like an historical code. Okay, before going into deep of this record, I would like to give you some anthropological tips through the analysis of some studies that investigate the relationship between war and masculinity, as well as the question of women's status in society and their participation in war. As the anthropologist Ryan Ferguson stated, ethnology and archaeology show that where war is practiced, the connection and character of masculinity and war varies greatly from people to people, shaped by society's structural patterns and inculcated through childhood socialization. Now, this is something more familiar to your studies, to our studies, which is the Amazons practicing archery on their prisoner and preparing to roast their victims, credit from British Library. So they are the Amazons in America. Francisco de Orellana, which was in those places in the 16th century, swore that he and his men encountered powerful warrior women in 1542 during his quest for El Dorado. He would later name the river drowned which they traveled the Amazon. That's why, of course, referring to women found in Greek mythology, as the professor before spoke. And according to this myth, there existed women who cut off their right breast to make it easier to use a bowstring, and thus were named Amastos, from the Greek without breast. English explorer Sir Walter Raleigh, who would make his bid for El Dorado in 1595, never had first-hand experience with Amazons. Later explorers dismissed this version, considering as mere fantasies or borrowed tales. But fantasy apart, they reflected the very nature of society, and the anthropologist Sterling argues that the American myth of Amazon-like women refer to a general model of human social relationship based on an exchange of objects in their possession. And this was in a very interesting article called Amerindian Amazon Women Exchange and the Origin of Society, published by this professor Severling. Now we go on in another place. I bring you in Africa, finally, where we find the Amazon, the Amazon of the Dahomey. The Dahomey Amazon were an old-family military army of the nowadays Republic of Benin. The term Amazons derived, as we talked before, from Western observers who find similarities to the Amazon in Greek mythology, and they units totally up to 5,000. 17th century, probably founded by Daco, a leader of the Fon tribe around 1625, and they were originally female hunters. They had to cut ties with family and swear chastity, excepting with regard to the king. From Edgerton, which is another anthropologist, Port Laia, seemed clear that women are physically and psychologically capable of fighting and killing as organized unit of soldiers. Here is a, okay. And now we go to the original title. In an impressive testimonial to gender stereotyping, the Amazons also chanted again and again that they had become men. As the blacksmith takes an iron bar and by fire changes its fashion, so we change our nature. We are no longer women, we are men. After an Amazon killed and disemboweled her first enemy, she was proud to be told by other women soldiers that she was a man. I got this picture from a collection from the photographer Edmond Fortier, who was in Dahomey in Benin at the early of the 20th century, around 1905. Okay, this is another picture, and it is another one. Okay. From this kind of story, which is historically existing, the Amazon in Dahomey is historically existed. The fictional characters from an American comic books extrapolated the Dora Milaje, and so this kind of team of women who serve as special forces by the fiction African nation of Wakanda. The 2018 Marvel fantasy movie Black Panther was so inspired by this kind of forces. And so can we see the video?
Now is our time.
And here we find this idea of a political system wherein men and women control political institutions jointly. It lasts less than 2 minutes. Yes. 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 The next one.
Now is our time to strike.
Where is your spear? Should have gave me this to try.
Okay, it was just an example of how the other arts contribute to anthropology, to literature, and to myth. And now we go in the main topic of my speech, which I have only 5 minutes. The Njinga of Angola, African Warrior Queen by Linda Haywood. This is an important anthropologist, an American historian and professor of African American Studies and History at Boston University. In 2008, she shared the Herkovitz Prize. Herkovitz is another anthropologist for her book, Central Africans Atlantic Creoles. The prize was named after Melville Herkovitz, one of the founders of the ASA, the African American Study. The title of the prize was changed in 2019 in response to the effort to decolonize African studies. The story of this queen is really fascinating because Ninja received military and political training from her father since she was a child, demonstrating an aptitude for diffusing political crisis as an ambassador to the Portuguese Empire. Here we see a picture where she's in a peace negotiation with the Portuguese governor in Luanda in 1657. And today she is revered in Angola as a national heroine and honored in folk religions, and her complex legacy continues to resonate, forming a crucial part of the collective memory of the Afro-Atlantic. We see that she also was honored of a currency of Angola, the kwanza. And as well, in the second picture on the right, you see her with the axe, which is the character where she was instructed by his father, the king. And this is a curiosity because I found a very impressive amount of material about this woman. And from Jane Avermeyer, that she's a teacher that visiting school groups about medieval times in the gallery of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And she also published something about Caterina de' Medici. So I wanted to share with you because there will be a dinner, special dinner dedicated to Caterina de' Medici. That is such a coincidence. And so I put this slide here. And so also there is an amount of activity for children, like the Ninja Coloring Activity book. And as well, this was important I mean, for the main theme of the conference about women and how the women must be prioritized. I found on the UNESCO Digital Library this small book of 56 pages that talk about the Njinga, Queen of Dongon and Matamba, and which make part of a series on women in African history, a UNESCO series on women in African history. And I found it very interesting because gender equality, and so we arrive at the point that is something that very interesting about the gender, is one of the global priorities of UNESCO. And the organization strives to promote gender equality and women's empowerment by interacting this principle in all its programs, notably in education. And one of these is talking about our Njinga. In a sort of historical reenactment, this year, the Netflix launched this series of 4 episodes that I found really, really interesting. And it's not only a fiction because it's a documentary, of course, and it's full of comments by historians, anthropologists, even a queen from a small kingdom really still existing. And it's give us a lot of tips about what happened and really in those society, and was very, very well done. I have another video now. It's just the
Queen Njinga's legacy echoes throughout Africa to this day. It's time we all come to know her name.
All hail Queen Njinga!
in particular, I found this series interesting because as what is I'm going to the end. As anthropologists, I found it very interesting because there are a lot of ritual that are represented in the context, as well as also armies, how they probably were at the time. The presence of the Nganda for the ritual related to the ancestors. And also this is very important because she struggles to maintain her independence and that for over kingdom and over people, where the Christians were trying, the Catholics tried to convert her to Christianity. And at some points of her life, she accepted because she wanted an ally for fight against the Portuguese, and she was the only woman in history that was always that guaranteed the freedom to her people. And so I find this woman really, really impressive, and I would like to. I'm very happy that to share this story with you. Sorry for the technical issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Veronica. And our final speaker for this morning session before our break is Maximilian Geiger, who received his doctorate in 2022 at the University of Bern with the thesis Rubens und die Imanes der Bildes, Sehen und Erzählen im Norden, which focuses on the Battle of the Amazons. Activities during his doctorate include the organisation of a panel at the International Medieval Congress in Leeds, and he's currently working as a postdoctoral research assistant in art history at the University of Wuppertal. He's contributed to the exhibition catalogue Idol and Rivalen, Kunstlerische Westreit in Antike und frühe Neuzeit at the Kunsthistorisches Museum in Vienna, with a text on Rubens' painting The Abduction of Ganymede, and an article on Rubens' painting Death of Decius Mus will be published this coming autumn. Thank you, Maximilian.
The one I gave you before, but let me see. This one. No, this one. Okay. Sorry. 17. No, it's excuse me. Is this the 17th? The right one, yes. And here. No, it's not by Mac, it's by Windows. It's a Windows presentation. We'll check it out. This is just here, click here. Forward is that way. No. So let's do it. Okay. We'll do it. Okay. Thank you for this kind introduction. Yes. Dimming the light, yeah. Also better for the images. Yeah, thank you. We can also let it like this. It's okay. We can also let it if it's easier. Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, and it's okay, and then everything is like great. Okay, that's it. Yeah. Dear Professor Lollobrigida, dear Professor Modesti, dear Eden Isbell, dear Simone Andreoni, dear Fabio Grassi, especially. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Yeah, dear colleagues. It's thank you very much for being part of this conference. Thank you for this amazing program, and for the whole organization. I'm very honored to present some considerations about Rubens' Bearing Women, with focus on the Battle of the Amazons. In one of the most famous mythological battle paintings of early modern art, presumably a gift to the Antwerp merchant Cornelis van der Gest, the defeated army seems to suffer further degradation. In his third visualization of the Battle of the Amazons and Greeks, the Flemish painter Peter Paul Rubens, to the image's lower boundary, iconographically transformed the fierce female warriors into nymphs, naiads and wood nymphs, minor mortal goddesses of nature and personifications of its forces. They are not only iconographically connected with the series of images fabricated around 1620 by Rubens and Jan Bruegel the Elder, but, as I will show, on an aesthetic level as well. The nymphs' passivity, as will be disclosed in terms of form and reception, Rubens modified into a fierce active potential with regard to a disrupting relationship between figure and Beholder, which put the nude female body into new light. The two armies meet on a segmental arc bridge over the crest of which the battle for the standard takes place. Behind the architecture, the pictorial space leads into the death to a city in flames where the combatants flee. In the foreground, the terrain opens up to the vertical borders of the image. Here, Rubens emphatically visualizes the battle through the bodies of individual female figures, nymphs, some of whom have been killed. Evelina Juntunen and Rüdiger an der Heiden, as well as Elizabeth McGrath, are of the opinion that none of the known mythological narratives served as a concrete reference point. For example, the battle of the Greeks under the leader Theseus, who robbed Antiope, against the Amazons at the Thermodon River before Themyscira. In the ancient sources, only partial indications to the topography can be found. Diodorus reports in the second book of his historical library about an Amazon queen who founded a large city at the mouth of the river Thermodon called Themyscira in Pontus, distinguished by a famous palace. Diodorus also describes wars against the Greeks, in each of which heroic figures are highlighted as the protagonists, for example, Hercules and Hippolyte, as we have already seen, or Penthesilea and Achilles. In earlier versions of the image theme, Rubens seems to have been more clearly interested in individual episodes. In the version of 1598, fabricated with Jan Bruegel the Elder, and in the one from the early 17th century, he highlights in each case a fighter embracing two Amazons in the foreground. In the figure, research recognizes Hercules and formal references to the Laocoon statue group. In the upward opening crescent moon, the attribute of Diana, the goddess of hunt, which adorns the textile that is being wrestled over on the bridge crown, I would like to cite as an iconographical indication for the transformation of the figures. We find further evidence in the reproduction of the battle image in a gallery painting by Wilhelm van Hecht, where Rubens' work is shown in proximity to Domenichinos. Oh, well, it's the right way. Yeah. Well, in close proximity to Domenichino's Hunt of Diana. And preparing for the hunt, fabricated by Rubens and Jan Bruegel the Elder. The depth of the image space is related. The depth of the image space is related to the interior of the round temple in the background of the gallery. Such a building, a round temple, also characterizes the background of the Battle of the Amazons. Crucial is a drawing after Raphael in which Rubens anticipated the figure under the bridge apex. From the floating state with and above the water. However, Rubens in the drawing shows the nymph in battle also arrested in the water. Nature has taken possession of her, making the brown-gray terrain or the body of water in the battle image a devouring ground. If we now add the series of those works that show Diana and her nymphs, another reference to the battle image is obvious. The upwardly curved forest floor, which is called up in the morphology of the battle image, and the accentuated depth of the pictorial space. In some, we have iconographic and morphological references between the works. Compared to Rubens' Battle of the Amazons, the version by the French painter Claude Deruyer shows the warriors mostly as ideal female heroes in the tradition of the so-called femme forte or femme de courage, as documented in French dictionaries of the 17th century. The stylization of powerful women as Amazonian femme forte based on the fulfillment of supra-individual norms and could be further enhanced by deification in shape of Pallas, Minerva, or Bellona, the Roman goddess of war, which, however, was reserved for women of royal blood, as Christa Schlumbum explains. It is in this mythologizing tradition that Rubens' depiction of Maria de' Medici as Bellona can be seen. The stylization of the Amazonian femme forte characterizes the depiction of the victorious warrior women in Derues' Battle of the Amazons in general. And the fleur-de-lis coat and on the bridge pillar on the bridge pillar indicates the dynastic courtly context in which the idealization of the figures takes place. It is the coat of arms of Louis XIII's brother Gaston de Orléans, to whom the work possibly belonged. Also, the figure of Diana is anchored in the semantics of courtly stylization practices. In the literature of the Précieux, the quote, ländlich idealisierte Bild der Jagdgöttin, united with the quote, erotischen Doppeldeutigkeit, which contributed to the great popularity of the pictorial theme in the early 17th century, as Friedrich Polleros says. In this cultural historical context, which likewise addresses hunting as a royal and noble prerogative, Sabine Pöschl comprehended Rubens' battle painting a homage to the contemporary self-image of important women and the real image of the cruelty of war. Martin Warnke understands the painting as an allegory of the virtues of Isabella Clara Eugenia of Castile, governor of the southern Netherlands. Based on the dedication of the copper engraving of the original to Lady Arundel, Jennifer Rabe interprets her as a modern Amazon. What was Rubens' intention in iconographically re-evaluating the Amazon figure in the history painting and its contemporary conception? With regard to the hunting paintings, a differentiation can be made between Diana and her accompanying nymphs. The goddess is shown in postures that unfold an effective impact towards the recipient. Her presence in the pictorial space and actions are dependent on the viewer. Compared to Derues' painting, contemporary viewers had the opportunity to identify with or project themselves to a heroic figure with erotic connotations. In the battle painting, one of the fighters is clearly described as such a projection or identification figure, namely the female warrior surrounded by three figures on the left on the bridge arc, whose facial expression is marked by horror and terror. However, the beholder is indifferent to the other female figures in the battle or to the nymphs in the forest. In order to scrutinize this absorptive state of the female figures, I would like to refer to some of Rubens' reflections on the construction of the human figure, which were published in Paris in 1773 under the title Théorie de la figure humaine. The writing is a compiling version after one of the copies of extracts from the lost theoretical notebook. In one of the view panels, which partially base on drawings of Nicolas Poussin for Leonardo's Treatise of Painting, is instructive for Rubens' depiction of nymphs. The figure pulling her simple white robe from a branch on the left edge of preparing for the hunt refers to the completion of various parts of the female body. It is decisive that Rubens unites in the figure of the painting all three views that he spells out in the treatise. A shadow on the body is used to turn the figure's front side into the field of vision. In full possession of her body in the diversity of its parts, the passive nymph expresses a self-empowerment towards the viewer. Rubens' making of the nymph gains further profile against the background of her own history in art. Opening the pictorial space and merging it with the viewer, Palma il Vecchio's nymph at the left boundary of the image, like Diana, is specifically made for the beholder and, spoken with Karl Enenkel and Anita Draninger, stimulates the erotic imagination. And we have this figure here and two satyrs in the background behind that figure. The nymph somehow refers to the famous figure in Ghirlandaio's Birth of John the Baptist, identified by Abi Warburg as a nymph, whose mediation of affective and pictorial energies has been pointed out by Barbara Bird. Agata Anna Chasasnova has recently interpreted the figure as an allegory of prosperous Florence. The special mental and pictorial disposition of the nymph figure in Rubens' oeuvre can be understood through its contrast with that of satyrs, who were shown in numerous works together with nymphs. Alongside works celebrating the abundance of nature through fruit-gathering nymphs and satyrs, for which Elizabeth McGrath has recently highlighted Propertius' elegies as a source, the satyr's attack on Diana and her entourage becomes a theme introduced into painting by Rubens, as Arnold Balis argues. In shades of brown of the earth and the imprimatura, the creatures meander along the trees and approach the sleeping female figures whom they want to get hold of. The Renaissance prototype for the sleeping nymph is Francesco Colonna's Hypnerotomachia Polyphili, and Bird showed that the resting nymph became an erotic topos and figured its own genius loci in an unspoiled nature. The collectivity of the naked nymphs in the battle image anticipates the groupings of the forest nymphs in the hunting paintings and makes a reference to the Cinquecento depiction of naiads. Cesare Ripa in his Iconologia emphasizes the traditional connectedness of the triad, or respectively wood nymphs, with nature, the oak tree and ferns, and at the same time highlights its fiction. An irritating relation between nymph and nature also becomes obvious in the incident described by Ovid in the Metamorphoses about the spring nymph Syrinx and the shepherd god Pan. Not returning his love, Syrinx allows herself to be transformed by the naiad nymphs at the stream Ladon into a reed, from which Pan made himself a flute. If there is a need for metamorphotic adaptation between nymph and the natural surrounding, Pan and the satyrs are interwoven with it. We can note this pictorially at the lower body of Pan and indicate it with Ripa and Katari. Further, Ripa in this context notes a feminine nature and separates it from nature itself, to which the masculine is related. See it in this quote. Aneta Trodesca-Shin has recently pointed out the ambiguous creatureliness of the satyr in Rubens' work, situated between man and animal, and the symbiosis of physical, sexual potential with nature. Essential being was only conceivable in relation to another. The satyr shares this all-encompassing semantics with that of Pan, which in Ripa, Boccaccio, Katari, and Valeriano stands for the world, and was etymologically equated with the universal whole. Alice Thaler Battistini made some important considerations on this. But the impulsiveness of the satyr in Rubens' work already contains a natural wisdom that, from an ethical and moral point of view, makes human misjudgment transparent, as Ulrich Heinen analyzed. In Rubens' work, the nymph is not simply at the mercy of nature's generative potential. This becomes evident in the fact that her connection to trees, plants, and earth must be emphasized in a representation-specific way. It can be seen in the aforementioned standing figure in Preparing for the Hunt, whose body contour is shadowed, but contrasts with a dark green background. So we have a very complex relationship between figure and nature. The brown bodies of the satyrs instead resonate unresistingly with the color of the earth, plants, and trees, as we saw in the figure of Pan. In the figure of Syrinx, Rubens received the Venus Pudica, and in a study sheet, to a certain extent, her transformation he figuratively highlighted. So something is going on between the natural background and the figure itself. But as said, this relationship seems to be very complex. Finally, it is the satyr's physical attack which results in the narrative and formal conjunction of the nymphs with libidinal nature. You can see that the body of the nymph is conjuncting with nature through the attack of the satyr. The penetrating gaze of the viewer, thematized by the death of the hunting images and the battle of the Amazons, is counteracted by the desiring one of the satyrs on the nymphs. In their partial nudity, the nymphs are not object of desire for the viewer, nor do they develop any effective emotional impact as mediated by Diana or an historic idolized Amazon. A drawing by Rubens after a representation of the Syrinx Pan theme by Giulio Romano after Raphael makes clear that Rubens was interested in a complex viewing situation between the beholder, Pan, and the nymph. Syrinx's awareness of the beholder, of the attracted beholder, is dependent on Pan's revealed face and his gaze. In a depiction of Jupiter and Antiope, presumably by Rubens' workshop, brown and orange serve to relate the beholder's view into the death with the figure of the satyr, which in turn points out the female body. Thus, Antiope becomes the desirable pictorial object of the transformed Jupiter or the viewer. Instead, by white color, van Pullenburg separates the nymph from the satyr and comprehends both figures as elements of the transcendental sphere of the world. The collectivity of nymphs at the lower boundary of the Battle of the Amazons is coined by their disregard of the beholder and different levels of represented connections with nature. They confront the nymphs. The nymphs confront the view into the depth of the image space and evoke a plurality of perception of the beholder. In my PhD thesis, I scrutinize the specific perceptual structure based on each figure. The chastity of the nymphs is relocated as a resistance to the seizing gaze from outside, which conforms to a central perspective, spatial and visual order, whereby the deep pull of the pictorial space corresponds to the desiring, devouring gaze of Pan, or the world. With regard to Rubens' redefinition of the Amazon figure, I will finally try to decipher what his intention with the complex beholding situation on the eve of the 30 Years' War and the Bohemian Estates Revolt recently expounded by Václav Buček has been. No other mythological figure expressed such freedom of action as the wood nymph, and Rubens made use of this semantics for the painting's message. Breaking a single world-appropriating view, the collectivity of nymphs discloses an actual view of the world around 1617. The latent threat for the female figures being owned by Pan and the satyrs, visually and physically, articulates the danger for the beholder being absorbed by the image space, respectively the earthy, watery ground, recognizing the world only in a mythological or allegorical sense. If we now include the Greek fighters into the study, an antiquarian analysis of the insignia which I carry out in my dissertation makes clear that we are dealing with a Roman army, which integrates the genealogy of the Habsburg dynasty into the battle, and herewith the seizing viewer's gaze gets relevant on a further level. In 1609, Rudolf II had granted freedom of religion in multi-confessional Bohemia with a so-called Letter of Majesty. According to Buček, the provincial offices were dominated by followers of the Roman Catholic faith. The resolution led to the establishment of a council of 24 defensors from the gentry and knights, as well as from the state of royal towns, who were to monitor the observance of religious freedom. However, tensions arose between the non-Catholic Utrecht and the non-Catholic Brothers' Unity. Events in Braunau and Klostergrab undermined the Letter of Majesty, whereupon the citizens of the towns called for an assembly of the non-Catholic estates. It was not only a matter of destroyed churches, but also of destroyed trades and threats to life and security of the non-Catholic citizens. 2 days after the famous defenestration of Prague on May 23, 1618, a 30-member directorate of the non-Catholic estates was formed for the Commonwealth of Bohemia, which further escalated the conflict with Emperor Matthias. A broadening of the field to include political theories of resistance in the 16th century is not possible at this point. However, it can be stated that Rubens is not dealing with a certain event, but is revealing power structures which the nymphs with the Amazons both make visible and fight. It is once the perspective of Habsburg policy understood as a view of the image from the outside, respectively a world appropriating comprehension scheme. At the same time, the nymph, directing her view into the death, reveals that its subjugating perspective must not be imitated in the collective of the Bohemian estates. The averting of absolute sovereignty of the other also implies the condition that in the moment of political crisis, power is shared in a collective. With the election of Frederick V as King of Bohemia in 1619, a related question arose. To what extent religious freedom for Catholics could be maintained in Protestant-ruled areas of the empire? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Maximilian, for that very rich iconographical reading and the context of the Battle of the Amazons. Thank you very much. We'll now take a break, coffee break. We reconvene at 11:30 for the last two papers of this morning's session. Come. Yes, Consuelo will show you the way where we have our coffee and other lovely pastries. Grazie. Welcome back, everyone, for the last two papers in our morning session. Stefania Portinari is Associate Professor in History of Contemporary Art at Ca' Foscari in Venice, University of Venice. She completed a Master of Arts in Cultural Heritage Conservation, graduating in History of Fashion and History of Art. She then pursued a postgraduate course in Contemporary Art at the University of Florence and a PhD in History of Art. She worked at the Soprintendenza for Cultural and Artistic Heritage of Venice, and her research is mainly about art history in the 19th and 20th century, looking at design and architecture as well. She has studied extensively the history of the Venice Biennale and has recently curated an exhibition on portraits of women in the 1910s and 20s, from Gustav Klimt to Felice Casorati. Thank you, Stefania.
Thank you so much for this kind invitation. I'm very grateful. I'm sorry not to be there with you, and especially thanks to the University of Arkansas Rome Center and to you, Professor Modesti and Professor Lollobrigida. I'm talking about the Amazons between the 20s and the 40s in Italy. So scary are statues in museums, sculptor Arturo Martini once told a friend during a conversation in the 1940s, recalling when he had been allowed to study the works in the National Etruscan Museum of Villa Giulia in Rome in 1924. Those antiquities had impressed him with their special magic, the prerogative of possessing eternity. Reflecting on how it is common to believe the scariest place is a forest in winter with those motionless arms of branches, he noted, however, at that least there one can hear sounds, creaks, that may bring comfort, while the ancient statues in the silence terrified him all the more. His frightened Amazons, made in 1933, also have their motionless arms raised with strange, wonderful hair standing up in the air, like the one in another small sculptural group depicting the death of the Amazon. His representations of Amazons feature only women in scenes that have nothing to do with the rhetorical heroism of neoclassical sculptures such as Bertel Thorvaldsen, when depicting the fight between Achilles and Penthesilea, nor with the metaphysical and static forms of his colleagues who orbited around the magazine Valori Plastici, in which he had participated in 1921, and that had already treasured the return to classical principle. His warriors look like puppets and have unattractive bodies, and yet full of tenderness. Perhaps one reason for the particular shape of the hair, which even has small bumps resembling a delicate bark, and which are also found in one of his allegorical statues of a victory, lies in a poetic suggestion, evoking the shape of the Phrygian cap, with which the Greeks depicted on the peoples of Asia Minor, particularly Anatolia, precisely where the Amazons were thought to have come from, something linked to the Persian custom. This headgear often appears worn by the Amazons, also portrayed by the Etruscans, as in the sarcophagus of the Amazons found at Tarquinia, but preserved in the Archaeological Museum in Florence. And if the warriors painted on the side wear the Phrygian cap and are dressed like the Minoans with frilly tunics, the one on the horseback on the main side, where the battle between Greeks and Amazon is depicted, not only have hair in the wind, but also her arm is raised. But we can find her in the wind also in scary apparition, as in the Archer Death in the Triumph of the Death in medieval time. Just as we know that Martini had been to Florence several times, where he had also exhibited in 1922, he also learned from his statements that he really loves Etruscan, And this was very much part of the notable interest in archaeology promoted at the time both by magazines and repertoires of models from which to draw inspiration for the decorative arts and architecture, as well as by the fascist polity that has fueled a debate on that special people with respect to the racial question related to their mysterious origin, namely whether or not they should be considered an indigenous or an oriental ethnic group. Among other suggestions, the raised arms may also recall the pose of the aurai, the personifications of the winds holding veils over their heads with their hands, or veiled figures such as the terrified woman painted on the west wall of the cubiculum of the Villa dei Misteri in Pompeii, a site the sculptor visited in 1931, with a woman fleeing at the sight of a winged demon who, intent on a Dionysian ritual, is slashing another female figure. Those presences, those myths, are however only a poetic suggestion, as the sculptor disclosed to Gino Scarpa when he feels an inspiration after seeing something that has impressed him, he transports it, he transmutes it, never directly copying the source. While in the painting The Gypsies by Massimo Campigli, there is a direct allusion to the typical pose of the deceased effigy of an Etruscan sarcophagus, such as the one from the tomb of the Matausni, which becomes a naked woman lying on the ground, intent on reading the future in cards, while a man on a white horse stands out in the distance. The same horizontal figure, resembling a monochrome terracotta statue, reappears in the Amazons of the same year, when Campigli also visited the Etruscan Museum of Villa Giulia. The outstretched figure's left arm, however, no longer supports her head. Set at a right angle above it, it literally mimics the gesture of drawing arrows from the quiver or grabbing hold of a bow or an axe, typical of Greek and Roman sculptures of Amazons, until it becomes a playful and sensual pose in the nude in heat wave. If the painter's earlier Amazons of 1926, in the act of dressing, with one taining a corset on the other, had the solid, brutal, and inelegant dimensions of the women depicted by Pablo Picasso after the Rapella Lord, as in Free Women at the Spring, where the same pose of the woman's arm on the left is even replicated, now his protagonists become hourglass women who live like silhouettes, as a synthesis of forms. A demonstration of the fascination with the archaeology introjected into a contemporary scene and full of mystery, as befits the artistic current of magic realism, appears in Ubaldo Oppi's The Friends. In the painting, two embracing women are almost an evocation of each other, while a statue appears in the background. Namely, the wounded Amazon housed in the Capitolini Museums in Rome, an early imperial Roman copy of a sculpture attributed to Phidias, which the Greek sculptor is said to have made for the sanctuary of Artemis at Ephesus, winning a competition in which Polykleitus, Clersila, and Phedmon had also participated, of which both the head, added in a post-1775 restoration, and the right arm was originally mutilated. So it is unknown if she was grabbing an arch, an arrows, or an axe. The painting was presented at the Venice Biennale in 1924 in a personal room commissioned by the distinguished intellectual Ugo Jetti, after the painter had dared to leave the group of the 7 painters of the Novecento Italiano movement, created by Margherita Sarfatti, the first female art critic in Italy, an independent figure of considerable note in the art system of the time, a true Amazon herself. In the exhibition catalogue, Oietti writes that the works depicts young women pose at statuesque grace. Their motionless stance seems to conceal a secret. They could be the same person, as if reflected in a mirror, or they could be Hopi's wife, Adele Leone, and her sister, two wealthy Milanese socialites. They have fashionable clothes and hairstyles. The blonde, similar to an advertisement designed by Marcello Dudovic for La Rinascente department store and used at Christmas in 1923 and 1924. But they are clasping each other in a warm embrace, like two of the three graces or the Visitazione by Pontormo, and have the tone and set pose of Agnolo Bronzino's Eleonora di Toledo with child Don Ferdinando. If the presence of the statue seems reminiscent of portraits of 18th century intellectuals or grand tour travelers, such as those made by Pompeo Batoni, Mario Sironi, one of the artists in Sarfatti's group, also presented the pupil at the same Biennale, showing a sculptural present more linked to the context of the atelier. The impact of Hopi's work is impressive, and its outcome would also be seen years later in artists such as Tamara de Lempiccia and Carlos Bizat, who in the drawer portrays the painter Felicita Frei, alias Felice Fraiova, another leather Amazon who had fled from Prague to Trieste to seek emancipation through art. Many artists of the time depicted romantic female embrace as a simple sign of friendship, continuing a 19th century tradition. The mention of the Amazon in Hopi, however, while perhaps connected to an actual discovery of a marble statue of the wounded Amazon identical to the Matteis version in June 1924 during work on the docks in the port of Baia in Naples as an emblem of archaeology discovery. Of course, this discourse is about a woman who scorns men and also plunges us into an ambiguous context evoking sapphic love, as in Gustave Courbet's The Sleepers. Hopi frequented the Bohemian milieu during his long stay in Paris, had an affair with Picasso's fiancée, the beautiful Fernand Olivier, and got to know the couple Gertrude Stein and Alice Toklas, who mentioned him in their autobiography as an elegant man. From his letters, we learn he was very attached to his mother and wife, and he was a war hero. But in the painting, it certainly somewhat defies such suggestion. Fascism abhorred homosexuality, especially male homosexuality, punishing it with celibacy laws or sending the culpable into exile. Men were often sent to southern Italy, to desolate places. Nevertheless, many erotic photographs circulated in the guise of a repertoire for artists, promoting ideas, of course, of this ambiguous imagery. It is effectively the same time that was ambiguous, and on the hand promoting ideas of family and maternity, and on the other pursuing modernity with some pioneering women seeking to be free and autonomous, often fortunately rich, like Paola Masino, the wife of the writer Massimo Bontempelli, the first one to use the term magic realism. She wrote the subversive book Birth and Death of the Housewife. In addition to being the little and the title of a foxtrot that was fashionable in 1924, Amazon is also a term that still designated horsewomen, a subject often found in the advertising posters of Ettore Tito and Marcello Dudovic from the mid-1910s. And Hopi himself, who had his studio in Montmartre in 1913, opposite the one of Amedeo Modigliani at the Bateau Lavoir, had copied his Amazon exactly, complete with the dress and riding glove. The juxtaposition to the vitality of the quadruped, also as a means of autonomous movement, takes us into a sphere suggesting ideas of ambivalent freedom, both in relation to a sporting practice that between the mid-19th century and through the Belle Époque inspired a vast production of manuals on how to ride, such as the well-known Godey's Lady Book Instructs on Side Saddle Reading of 1862, and also sales catalogs of riding habits and accessories, which, however, use commercial terms such as equestrian's outfit, as well as how the leisure time of horse riding figures was depicted. From the composure of Mrs. Coleman, painted by Joseph Wright, to Marie Lefebvre, portrayed by Manet, riding on the saddle in Amazon style, to the ephemeral seduction practiced by the circus acrobats, painted by Seurat, to the contemporaneous unhappiness of Elizabeth of Bavaria, a gallery of images shows us these women as iconic figures. And one could also die for an Amazon even in 1916, not only in an ancient battle, as happened to the futurist Umberto Boccioni, who, having enlisted as a soldier in the First World War, wished to learn to ride in order to be equal to his beloved, the noble woman Vittoria Colonna, whose letter is awaited the very evening he was thrown to the ground when he went out for a trot. In the 1930s, these visualizations become instrumental to communicating an advanced yet noble idea of Italy, from Edda Ciano, Mussolini's daughter, filmed by the Istituto Luce while jumping horse on the horseback at Villa Torlonia, to the biographical memoirs written by the Countess Elena Morozzo della Rocca Muzzati, Queen's Margherita's lady-in-waiting, when creating her role as the first fascist Queen of Italy in the year of the death of the Queen in 1926, described her hagiographically as an intrepid hunter, a daring Amazon who experienced the thrill of a bicycle ride, a car trip, a submarine ride. Returning to the myth, at the same 1924 Biennale, Oppi also exhibited the Amazons, or Sketch for the Amazons. The three protagonists have laid down their arms and are resting on cheetah skin, a very fashionable fur in the 1920s and 1940s. And this also is an iconography characterizing the Maenads, who were the female followers of Dionysus, a god who in fact often rides a panther in ancient mosaics, but who also accompanied the Amazons between the 18th and 19th century. They emanate a certain bestiality, a closeness to the animal world that already characterize some borderline female characters of the 19th century literature, such as in Royal Tiger and The Wolf by the writer Giovanni Verga, and which Arturo Martini also echoed in The Wounded She-Wolf. At the same time, they evoke a mythical golden age or a classical fairy tale, as in some works by Felice Casorati, Felice Carena, Anselmo Bucci, and Guido Cadorin, or again in the decorative motif of the vases in Gio Ponti's Venatoria style. In brief, Amazons are a seductive exotic motif. At a time of colonialism, moreover, they soothe the imagination while embodying strength, courage, and they are none other than a perfect theme for that ambivalent time, standing between modernity and what is remote, and evoke legend but also represent the full contemporaneity of women in the present. And above all, they are an abstract intellectual idea. If in the 1920s, even Giorgio de Chirico dreamt up nightmares with the Battle of the Amazons, which resembled gladiators, and archery had become a fashionable sport until the 1940s, continuing an English fashion, in Russia, female archers actually acted as an all-female military corps during World War I, and a fighter who defeated evil from 1942 to the 1980s was as an Amazon from Paradise Island, invented by William Moulton Marston, and cartoonist Harry Peter was none other than Wonder Woman, the comic book heroine of the All-Star Comics series. Even the Libyan dictator Gaddafi was surrounded by female bodyguards, nicknamed the Amazons, from 1981. Among the images of classicism evoked and celebrated in that 20-year period is that of a cavalcade of Amazons. Since 1933, it has traversed the mosaic floor of the Palazzo dell'Arte in Milan, where the same year the fifth Triennale was held, an exhibition dedicated to architecture and the decorative arts that had previously been held at the Villa Reale in Monza in 1923 and was moved to the chief town for the first time just in that 1933. The cavalcade was designed by Achille Funi, one of the artists who in February 1923 had formed the 7 painters of Novecento's group, of which Oppi was a member. And the mosaic was created materially by Leonor Fini, the indomitable Tristan artist who was sentimentally attached to him at that time. It is made up of 2 groups, each with 3 Amazons on horseback trampling a man on the ground, still in the posture of the figures already mentioned by Campigli, and once again in a darker color. The warriors have long flowing hair and bare breasts, and are painted in warm shades of brown and pink, alternated with green, framed by a large border. They are not sensual maidens, but rather women with beautiful faces. They are burly, Picasso-like, in tune with that idea of monumentalism designed for public places, proclaimed in the Manifesto of Mural Painting written by Mario Sironi in that same 1933 and signed by Funi himself, Campigli, and Carlo Carrà. In the entrance of an exhibition celebrating progress and technology, instead of representing an allegory of the arts or an historical episode, Amazons are allowed to gallop, a wild and impetuous symbol that well hints to a sort of phantasmagoric colonialism, or rather of something hidden towards the future, and yet implying an idea of matriarchy, a sentiment to which Funi himself was very attached, loving his sister Margherita and his mother very much. The continuity between those fascinating ancient civilizations and the tormented souls of the moderns who dream of evasions, but also of effective tools to govern the present, designing fashionable buildings and dwellings, creates a short circuit, like the vision of the girls in Milan that Massimo Bontempelli had seen from the windows of the cafes just back from the war in 1919, jaunty with their hair let down and their arms soft and naked, dancing the foxtrot at the Café Cova in Milan, while the ladies ate pastries and marron glacé. Like the character of Micol in Giorgio Bassani's novel The Garden of the Finzi Continis, who graduates in English at Ca' Foscari University in 1939, undecided about her loves and only seeking independence. Amazons at that time may be young women who ride bicycles instead of horses, while all around them the fascist and Nazi powers are preparing for a huge war. Art historian Maria Grazia Messina states that with respect to the African masks and the overseas muses appearing in Picasso's Demoiselle d'Avignon, one might stop looking for a precise source for those forms, since they are general suggestions. What artists do all the times is to look for a dream or the magic of an apparition to actually describe the season in which they are living, concealing it as an enigma, even when they make use of ancient myth. Just as in the incipit of the Garden of the Finzi-Continis, when years after the extermination of that Jewish family had taken place, Bassani himself is visiting some Etruscan tombs, and the young daughter of his friends says she's not afraid of that burials because the Etruscans also lived, and therefore she loves them as well as other people from the past. Artists too feel a fascination for what is remote in time and space and are able to revive it in their own way. Thank you.
Grazie Stefania, grazie tanto.
Grazie.
Our next speaker is Frédéric Villemeur, an art historian professor at Montpellier III University en France. She received her PhD at the University of Paris 7 on figure de l'androgyne, and her postdoctorate, Eros et le Mouvement, Art and Architecture at ENS Ulm, Paris. She has devoted numerous studies to the metamorphosis of the body and the notion of gender, as well as to the architecture and spatialization of movement in the history of modern and contemporary art. Thank you, Frédéric, who will be speaking on Paul Valéry, on Horses and Amazons, Animality in Question. Thank you.
Thank you. Special thanks for Consuelo and Adelina, and above all, Stefania, with which conference was very, very, very interesting. Alors, is it? Okay. Barbarians and Orientals, the Amazons are linked to an imaginary world of margin and borders where disturbing strangeness and the savage reign. Amazons maintain a relationship with animality, severage and violence, which Vermont shows their impetuosity. We will analyze through the art the singular bond which connects the Amazon to the horse in the way of riding. The gestures and postures implies by the fight to question the difference with the man riding, and to identify in what the Amazons represent a threat to the social order and maintaining a fascination. From the distant Amazons, warriors wearing pants here, Tarquinia one, to contemporaries of the last century, here Nathalie Vernet as an Amazon by Roman Brooks, the presence of a fiery horse shows boldness in combat as much as a freedom promoted as a real conquest for women. The frontal look that they display here, whether in the middle of combat, eye to eye with an enemy, followed by a faithful alert horse, blue-eyed Palomino, or displaying an independence of spirit. Here, that the vigor of a horse without a mount, marked by a jump, is precisely what we are going to examine in a non-exhaustive way over a long period to question the animality that they are supposed to embody and the fear that there arose. Cavalcade writes until the absence of men creates a problem. First, this Amazon in the Frisian cap, fretting with her double axe, barefoot and riding bareback, has this title, Heracles and the belt of the Queen of the Amazons. So, we would like to revisit the inextricable bond between the Amazons and Huns in fights, these furious melees, of course, but also in the simple act of riding. Body to body, where Eros and Thanatos, which So, no, okay. Body to body, where Eros and Thanatos work intimately to bring out an ambiguous figure of the Amazon, both held to a posture and dedicated of emancipating itself from it. Both Virgo and Virago, the Amazon can be read through the representation of a mount. Does the figure move away from the equestrian portraits, from chivalrous battles, or Amazons different from horsemen in battle? We raise the hypothesis that representation of a horse in the way it's ridden by the Amazon particularly represents a certain autonomy of women in the society of a time. The overlap marks a symbol of power, the way of overlapping, overlapping legs, falls or sideways, stays the place of women. Now, the heroic values of strong women, as much as those of warrior muses, down to modern lesbian writers, show an animality that clearly places these women above their sex, whose boldness is not always devoid of an erotic at work. At the risk of an anthropomorphization of the animal, like the savagery of the Amazon, the Amazonian horse appears as the real background against which the singularity of a claimed autonomy of women stands out. Monte on Amazon, ride, saddle, gender test. Paradoxically, the fact of riding a horse characterizes the Amazon in its mount, since it's a question of policing morals, of adapting to one's social rank. It's not a question of being in contact with the hair to ride bareback, nor to ride a horse in the saddle of a rider, which would lead to a loss of virginity, as suggests the ancient. From without a saddle, which allows total contact of the back and sides of the animal, to the side saddle, which avoids galloping and consists of measuring its progress in the narrowness of a step or the softness of a step, a new body is offered to the rider and the horse. The passage of a boat, lateral rise, seated parallel to the body of the mount, to the saddle tree with the support of a leg, position attested from the 14th century, asserts itself in France with Catherine Médicis' new way of riding horses, place the leg on the pommel of the saddle. The artist favored equestrian portraits in relation to the social place of women and their natural complexion in a gender sense, which reinforces their little freedom of movement. However, in the very quality of the portrait implied illuminating the horse with a moral portrait of his mistress, and if she is a queen, artistic ingenuity underlines a physiognomonic approach. Rubens, here with Marie de Médicis, gave horses almost human expression. The face of a man is very much like the head of a horse, and the face, which is like a horse, must be long and oval, the nose long and straight. Theory of human figure from Rubens. Here is a head of a horse gracefully tilt. The queen is palm, and the horse gently moves its mane. Grace and power come together against the backdrop of a conquered plain. The side seat does not take away the royal pose. Balance comes from a subtle harmonious relationship between top and bottom. As for the legs arranged on the seat, better support following the improvement made by Catherine de Médicis, we even forgot them, as if the legs of a white horse extended the immaculate torso of a queen. The fusion between the two bodies provides the figure. With a frontal gaze, free quarter torso, right arm holding on the common staff, and the horse with its bent leg, and if its hoof raking on the ground, the direction of a conquered city. If a horse, only the brilliant excellent, an extension of the excellent. What can we say about the passion that animates this portrait of Christina of Sweden by Sébastien Bourdon? We forget the arrangement of a rider's leg in Amazon in favor of a horse's wearing, its energy, its open mouth, while restrained Christina of Sweden turns to look at us, while a falcon balances on the horse's rump, whose side has been hidden so that it doesn't not yet flies towards his prey. Christine masters a levade, the strong point of a royal male model. She performs the levade or the bow using a riding crop, a particularly difficult posture, and assuming a royal male model. To understand the daring pose of Christine as an Amazon, it would be necessary to compare with these other royal models painted by Velázquez. They show a polarity of genders, horse in levade for the queen, for the king, measured step of a horse for the queen, commander's hand on one side, and delicate hand placed on the bridle on the other. All women are submissive. Christine's portraits was painting during the delicate period when she was preparing her addiction and her conversion to Catholicism, and was designed by the ambassador in Spain to be offered to Philip IV. Nothing, strictly speaking, qualifies the landscape. While Claude de Rué represents Madame de Saint-Balmont dressed as a man and riding like a man to defend her territories from the ravage of the 30 Years' War, castle here of Neuville near Verdun. She's a warrior with a defended territory and trophies at her feet. Christine is never disguised as a man nor an Amazon. Her feminine clothes are sober, and she rides her horse like a woman, with her foot placed on the stirrup in a difficult position to perform a levade. But it's necessary to underline the impassibility of face, characteristic of self-control, while she controls the vigor of her horse, an impetuous steed whose animal passions are reddened by the bulging eye, the quivering nostril, the foam of the mouth, resisting to biting. Exceptional figure, the Virgin Christine, with a variable soul, appears as a strong woman, femme forte. However, even the equestrian portrait of Madame de Saint-Balmont, we find a treatment of animality appropriate to its gender, opposite to the other portrait of a rider, equestrian portrait of Philippe Otto, Prince of Sarn, asserted stiffness of the horse, territorializing of the jester, bulging eyes, foaming mouth, while Madame de Saint-Balmont in its levade turned its head mannerly towards the viewer, docile to the pose. Rare but assertive, more intimate equestrian situation of queens on horseback shown gender transgression. Marie Antoinette, here painted by Louis Auguste de Brun, on horseback in hunting gear, or hunt with hounds, women on horseback, like a man or saddle leaving one foot uncovered, here, affirming a taste for, of course, horses and her freedom to hunt. But Amazon battles, not battles of Amazons, animalities in Japan, perhaps best. I'd like to make a comparative analysis of three works from the 16th century, two paintings by Rubens and a series by Claude de Rué, two artists whose fame cannot be compared, but whose way of capturing the animality of the Amazon reveals opposing strategies. Here, Rubens with Bruegel beheld both executed this painting, The Battles of Amazon, at the end of the 17th. In the combat, we will note scattered action in the foreground against a battle background and a docked landscape in the distance when crossing the bridge. Here. Three remarks. Through a quote from Laocoon, the ambiguous association between two Amazons and their serpentine lines finally mastered. As the pain of a Laocoon is moved onto the Amazon's face, as if the animality of the snakes become that of the Amazons, but the masculine power prevailed over the animality. Next to the abduction and rape of an Amazon. Second point, in a reversibility of genders, a dead soldier, here on the left, a dead soldier in a languid pose and whose nudity hides nothing. And a killed Amazon on the right, her limbs stiff and whose hand hides her genitals. Third, the queen of the Amazons, dressed in red and with a golden belt, displaying the severed head of a soldier like a trophy, but herself standing out against the background of a vengeful soldiery. So the vigor of a rearing horse of the Amazon holding the severed head disappeared in the subjugation of the Amazon in the foreground. The animality of some is countered by that of the others. Despite numerous references among Leonardo da Vinci, Raffaello, Giulio Romano, Tiziano, Rubens creates an unicum with the battles of the Amazon of 1617 in Munich. We can talk about a true modernization of a myth. Here the action is dispersed. It's merged into a continuum which embraced a deadly secularity in the violence of horses falling in a cascade from a bridge that cannot contain them at all. Rubens magnifies the defeat of Amazons. Upper part shows a charge with deports the Amazon brandish the severed head, here, deports, while it stretches the overthrow of the Amazon above whom a dagger is brandished. No heroic death. The bridge connects the living and the dead with a headless trunk in the center, the male one, and under, swollen women's corpse floating in the river, for which the painter took a perspective here, the perspective pleasure in the shortcut. The wildness of a battle liberates as much as it defeats the power of horses. Escape, rearing or returning or falling, masculine power, jump scares, brutals. Amalgamation of bodies is Rubens again. Amalgamation of bodies, entangled forces, species, and genders. The brutal encounter opens to hybrid for here, for ground. On the contrary, that's strange. Here, on the contrary, Deruet affirms the triumph of Amazon over the Greeks and ridiculize the soldiers. One of them falls backwards from the bridge and another below only observe the laudable defeat. Here, Claude Deruet, the battle between Amazon and Greece in the Louvre, his specialty was to create a series of Battle of Amazon as a true combat masquerade. Everywhere, women rushing forward without restraint, are better warriors than men. If they are victorious, it's in the light of their valor and their courage, their fortitude, which makes them leave groups or makes them throw a call of help here to achieve a final victory. The duel scene depicts the overthrow of a warrior who, through row, leaves the bottom of his feet and the real attributes of his mount are very exposed. The triumph is even more demonstrative of male defeat than when it involves three of them bringing death to a soldier knocked down in equally humiliation position, and as the opposite of that of Sabine subduction. While the rider is turned around, legs spread he is literally impaled, piercing through and through. We are therefore far from the representation of battles of Amazon against the Greeks as depicted by Rubens, who at the same time details the humiliating defeat of the warriors. And what happened? Picasso exhausts a line opened by Rubens of humiliation of the Amazon, of a punishment by bestial violence, with a rape perpetrated by the Minotaur against an Amazon, an hybrid being, and very different from the centaur in the high and low human and animal. The Amazon herself sees her mount bend and disappear beneath her until it melts into the same body wounded and deafened by concupiscence. Should we then find a distant echo of the pleasant irony of Drouet in the fable? Yes, by Ulrich Oettinger, a German filmmaker who has an accomplished feminist, chose to open the Amazonian route to the distant steppes of Mongolia for an exotic Joan of Arc. Name of the title of a film, Joan of Arc of Mongolia. The horse then becomes a two-humped camel, and the black Amazons let out a laughter. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Valerie. Now open up the floor to questions. If we have any questions from the audience or any comments on the papers. See? Okay.
Well, first of all, thank you all for your brilliant presentations. It has been really very interesting session this morning. I'm sorry because of my cold and flu. Well, I have some more than comments. I have two questions. Yes, one is for Eike Faber, and the other one is for Maximilian Geiger. So to Eike, I really liked your overall introduction about the sources, the ancient sources of the Amazons, which are always, at least for me, that I'm an art historian from the Renaissance and Baroque time periods, pretty complicated. So it really made me think better to the actual again historic sources about them. I was very interested in the Tyrrell thesis, correct? Tyrrell, Tyrell, and his book, 1982 book, about this idea of the thinking at the Amazons as hybrid. So if you can better explain it, because it was right at the end of your presentation, so probably have some tracks about it. And I think that's very interesting. If you want to come up here, up to you.
Yes, thank you for asking about that. The argument there is that the Greeks in their stories, in their art, like clarity. Well, look for clarity, or if they don't have it, it serves a function, it serves a purpose. And in that case, it's binary gender distinction, which very clearly has fighting in the male sphere. And more generally has activity probably in the male sphere, activity outside, the hunting, fighting, sports, really politics. So what's action really in Hannah Arendt's terms, for example, it's all male. And So it's incomprehensible in what we're reading and writing that women do that. And that's the disjunct, so to speak. So the Amazons, what Tyrell goes for, and what I think is probably is one way to interpret this, is to say that is a dystopia, a dystopian vision of a polis. For example, the polis of Athens. It is narrated by means of epic as a battle. All the epic stories are battles, really. And so that's why the Amazons and the Athenian citizens, the Theseus and the Athenian men fight. That's why it's good propaganda when the Athenians win in the Persian wars. And if you need a picture of that, it's the Amazons they are fighting, because the Amazons geographically come from the same direction as the Persians. Exactly. So that's what happens. It's a dystopia, and it's not supposed to happen. If you do not want that to happen, you need to behave differently with your women, with women in your care. And the women in somebody's care is a father or a male, grown up, married, property owning citizen father person, who may or may not have agency about his daughters, and those are the ones in the transitional liminal state, and who can in reality be a hybrid person in a hybrid state, really. And the picture of that is male activity in a female body.
But is doubting the existence of the Amazons? This is the point. No, it's not doubting.
It's just that's Tyrell.
That it was I was trying.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, that's me.
No, Tyrell is writing from an age where he has got archaeological literature and all that stuff, which is very clearly takes shortcuts in gendering the burial or whatever have you. Because if it has a sword, it's a man. That's very. It wasn't questioned at this time.
Okay. Okay. So it cannot be that the Amazons were the expressing in a way the legacy of the matriarchal period. So there was still striving or showing some of the attributes or the roles which were in use during the matriarchal periods.
We're going way back then. We're going properly back to the Bronze Age then, which visually, pictorially takes me back by one of the weapons of choice, the axe, the double axe the Amazons often wielding. We've seen one on the marble just a moment ago. And that goes back to Crete, actually. So that's one place where you would traditionally look for a non-militarized, less typically Greek precursor civilization, maybe longer than other places, preserve elements of such a matriarchal society.
Okay, that's clear. Any other questions? Yes, Juliet, please. Juliet Simpson.
Wait, Juliet, please.
Okay. Thank you very much to all speakers for your really fascinating exploration of the figure and indeed the agency of the Amazon woman. I actually have a question for, two questions actually, one for Maximilian and one for Stefania. So this picks up actually on your point about ambiguity, because I've been quite struck as well by the kind of explorations of the certain kind of ambiguous power of the Amazon woman. So the question for Maximilian really is, how far in terms of your really, really rich exploration of the nymph, the wood nymph in Rubens' The Battle of the Amazons, is becoming this figura of conflict. You very interestingly referred us to important precedents and the kind of network of interesting new iconographical sort of provocations, if you like, with Palma Vecchio, and even earlier, sort of looking back to the Cinquecento, so to kind of this previous century, the topic as it grows. But how far is Rubens actually creating a kind of figure of the nympha who is actually about a figure of conflict? There is the erotic gaze turned back on the beholder, but you also hinted very interestingly that the nympha herself becomes entangled as this figure of conflict. So that's the question for you, and I have a question for Stefania as well.
Thank you. First of all, Rubens is really clearly referencing to the Cinquecento depiction of nymph, also to this effective potential towards the viewer. But what he's also doing is, in a pictorial way, transforming the figure, and in that sense, shifting the beholding situation by the figure. And I think it becomes clear that it was possible with the figure of nymph in a semantic way, because it's a figure of freedom, and in the sources, and showing them at the lower boundary of the image. The conflicting beholding situation becomes obvious, and pluralizing the beholding situation, and so transforming a single view, if you want say it like this, towards the beholder. So it's not about affection and identification and protection of the beholder. So the nymph is a kind of a medium to transform that single beholding situation, and going beyond that single beholder, or this way of projecting oneself into the picture. So he's using the figure to pluralize also what is in front of the painting. And this is why I tried to show or to remark on the situation in 1617, what is going on in a political way. And it wouldn't have been possible just with the Amazon figure, or with the figure of Diana, who which have been such protection figures for noble women, especially of royal women, of royal blood. Chrissa Schlumbrum explains. So the Amazon, probably served for also pluralization of the semantics, also for this real space and for the situation in the context of the political crisis around 1618, the defenestration of Prague and Bohemian Estates revolt. This was not, there was not just a Habsburg perspective, but a perspective of different estates, and in this very complex political situation. And so.
Fascinating. And I'm sure there's more, there's more, and we can talk about this afterwards as well, about this kind of complicated, again, potentially conflicted relationship between Catholicism and Protestantism. What's actually happening here for the Protestant beholder?
I can't go deeper in that now because of time, and what I try to do in my PhD thesis is tracing the question of religious freedom in Protestant areas and Protestantism in general, and on the Catholic side, what free will meant that day. And Rubens knows about that, and this is also, of course, a part of the question, and it was part of the conflict in the Bohemian Estates revolt. And but this would lead too much away now, I think, from the.
I'm sure it's going to come up more, the fight over the iconography, but the fight over the sort of the ownership of the female body in these contexts as well, in terms of their symbolic, metaphoric power to mediate. My question for Stefania.
I'm sorry, Giulia. May I ask a question to Maximilian? Then you go to Stefania.
Sure,
Okay.
sure.
It's just my question is not even a question. It's just a reflection, because when we are showing Bruegel and Rubens and Diana preparing for hunt, so the figura of Diana resemble a lot dressing Minerva. Lavinia Fontana's dressing Minerva. It's the same identical figures, but of course, evidently Lavinia's is earlier than if you remember well, it was 1620, the Diana, and then Lavinia's.
Mai rivalutata e riscoperta, però diciamo che va anche collocata giustamente in un contesto di rilievo come la sua posizione italiana, una posizione internazionale.
Okay, so it was just again, it was just when I saw that the figures, I immediately associated it to dressing Lavinia Fontana's dressing Minerva. So it's interesting also what Juliet is saying about this, and Lavinia was a very Catholic painter, but the figures is incredibly matching with the one you show.
Thank you for this remark.
Yeah, just in reflection, not more than that. Thank you, Maximilian.
Thank you, Consuela. Sorry, I don't want to, occupy the questions over. If there are other people, I'm sure, want to ask questions. But just quickly for Stefania, because you've projected us in very interesting ways right into the early 20th century, and these very complicated decades. Interwar is perhaps such a good way of thinking about a decade, which is rather very specific in itself, the 1920s. But I found in a way that the Amazons that we see in the 1930s, the Campigli and the Oppi paintings you showed of the 1920s, very interesting, because I think that argument about that projection into the space of modernity and the sense that we have of these kind of the power of these figures is very you did I think really draw that out. I wonder about the 1930s though. I mean, what is really happening here in this decade of fascism, growing fascism, and to what extent do you think that this kind of discourse of this discourse of the powerful woman as the kind of noble figure, even the warrior figure, is being appropriated and obviously turned back, undermined, and in a sense divested of its agency in the context in which that figure, that persona, is being promoted. I was so minded of Natalia Ginsberg's Di Noi Ieri, where we have the figure of Concertina, who is, studying Racine, and then she becomes a mother and she no longer talks about Racine. And there's something really interesting about that kind of a horrible way in which something about her, about agency, Racine, of course, is a very telling figure. She's just, it's emptied from her.
Yes. First of all, thanks. I really beg your pardon because I'm speaking also in another conference in Palermo just now in 5 minutes. It's also about women in the arts. So I really have to leave. But it's a fascinating question and very delicate. Of course, I think on one side, we have the idea of a woman just for maternity, and in those days, it's really a very contemporary theme. And on the opposite, of course, so we have the really modern women, the rich ones, also of course, they have different lives, and the theme of the myth in the arts is something that transcends the reality, and the 40s are a very dark age, also because men are at the war, and so women stays at home became something different, also referring to the jobs. And there is a kind of freedom also in this, like in the First World War, but it's a very complicated time also because I think that Italy is still fighting against these memories, also about colonialism and also about the role of the women. I think artists too have a bad time in that period because, for example, the Venice Biennial ended, and there are competitions about themes like hearing a discourse of Mussolini on the radio. But I believe, as Maria Grazia Messina and Maurizio Faggioro dell'Arco, that in Italy we do not have political, artistic way in which artists are convinced to operate, as in Germany, for example. So artists are maintaining a bit of freedom, but when we see those kind of works of art as commissions for public buildings or schools, or the experience of the second futurism, well, there the themes are different, and the figure of female and women, and of course Amazons also became sometimes instrumental, perhaps. And I also believe men are in a complicated situation at the time. We can see these strong feelings for the family, as in the family on the opposite of Ginsburg's. And so it's really a struggle. It's not only a struggle between the Amazons and the Greeks on the walls, but also in the mind and the hearts of the people. I really love, in this sense, I'm really interested in this time because my beloved grandmothers and grandfathers lived that period, and I also studied it through the books of great colleagues, from Alessandro Del Puppo to Professor Benzi. And I think we really have to go deep inside these arguments. And thanks to your conference, because it's another way to see these very delicate questions, also about homosexuality. I have organized this nice exhibition about women in the arts, and a colleague in Genoa organized in the same period an exhibition about men in the arts, like fragility, homosexuality in Genoa. It was very interesting and different, seeing how a female curator and a male curator see different things in those exhibitions, and also how that period have to be studied again and again without no fear of what we can see and say about that.
Thank you for that. That's a great point you've concluded with there.
Yeah, thank you, Stefania. I was also just reflecting about, this kind of, you call ambivalency or contradiction, and now between this way to show the Amazons during the fascist period, which is an evident, again, contradiction with the idea of the family the fascists were promoting. I used also to always to remember that Mussolini used to say that women, for instance, could not be architects, but just and therefore construct houses, but just living inside the houses and taking care of family, children, and husbands. So yes, it is not the proper place where to deepening this argument. That might be probably an idea for one of the next topics of the conference. Yes, there is a Professor Fortunati who wants to pose a question.
I'm sorry, I really have to connect with Palermo because I'm talking at 1 p.m. and they are just...
È un'osservazione, cioè
Sì.
è stata una mattina secondo me molto interessante, perché questo mito è declinato nei secoli e in funzioni diverse, anche per, diciamo così, funzioni politiche diverse. è indubbio questo, perché proprio questa traversata dal mondo antico diciamo al Novecento ti fa capire come questo mito venga sempre ripreso e declinato in vari, diciamo così, momenti storici per rispondere a delle esigenze diverse. Cioè tra la donna della resistenza che prende l'arma per difendersi dal nazifascismo e la donna che abbiamo visto invece rappresentata da Oppi, da Sironi, da Campigli, e c'è un'enorme differenza secondo me. Cioè è un mito talmente importante secondo me che tutto poi il mondo controriformato ha cercato di declinare il mondo pagano, il mondo cristiano. Cioè voglio dire, ci fa capire anche oggi come viene rivisto e viene anche strumentalizzato in maniera diversa. Cioè, su questo secondo me dobbiamo ragionarci un po', perché può essere pericoloso un'esaltazione astratta del mito. Questo è un mito molto importante che è servito senza dubbio all'emancipazione femminile, però dobbiamo stare attenti perché nei secoli è stato sempre appunto veicolato, declinato, secondo anche delle esigenze.
Perdonatemi che devo collegarmi con Palermo, vi devo
Grazie.
salutare, però vi
Grazie,
ringrazio
Stefania. Thank you.
per tutte queste osservazioni importanti.
Gli interventi sono stati bellissimi, ma secondo me forse è mancato proprio un'analisi anche politica
più profonda
del mito nei vari secoli. Come è nato e come poi si è sviluppato, perché si è sviluppato in una maniera quasi selvaggia ed è rimasta così laddove una cultura occidentale ha meno trionfato. Ma nella cultura occidentale si è evoluto, diciamo così, l'ombra oscura, l'ombra più selvaggia, più istintiva di questo mito, di volta in volta lo si è declinato, secondo me, in maniera
strumentale, ma in senso
negativo. Un cavallo e una donna, hai capito cosa ti voglio dire?
I don't know if you were able to follow what Professor Fortunato is saying. Okay, I'm going to make a very short, brief translation. So she is just saying that it's been a wonderful morning and all the presentations were inspiring, etc. And that's very interesting. The fact that this myth of the Amazons has been declined, has been used in instrumental way in the different time periods. So from, the women portrayed by Sironi and the women during the resistance, during the World War II, and she goes back to the Counter-Reformation times, and this myth has been again always very instrumental. What she asking, it is that probably there is a sort of danger to use this idea of a woman riding in a horse, and it is as such that is the exemplification of the emancipation and the way the way a woman can overcome or can go over the obstacles. So she's just asking us not to this further reflection, how to put together,
to be more critical in our analysis of the myth. Sorry, to be more critical in our analysis of the myth, and to see it as a form of political instrumentalization, which I think the papers did touch on in that respect. Okay.
Yeah, but I think yes, this is a reflection we have to consider, no? So thank you, grazie Professoressa Fortunati. So this is the end of the first session. The second session will start at 2 p.m. So we will have It's 2, yes, it's 2 p.m., 2:15 as latest, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because we have six speakers, and then we have a break, and at 6:30, we have this very important talk by Fatimah Hossaini, Beauty Amid War, as our guest of honor, and she will be presenting her photography, and some of the examples of the works she does are on display on the main corridor you just went through to get into this hall. Well, that's it. Thank you all.
And we can get some lunch.
Yes. Okay, it's just places to go to lunch. So if you go to Via dei Coronari, which is, just getting out from the courtyard, it is the street on the right. There is Casa e Bottega, which is a nice place. It's a it's a cafeteria, but they serve sandwiches. But if you want also pasta, or if you want to go to Via del Governo Vecchio, there is a typical Roman trattoria. I don't suggest you to go. It's probably better for the night, for dinner than for lunch. And there is also vegan restaurants, Indian vegan restaurants. It is just behind the palace. It is in, oh my God, Via della Vetrina. It is in Via della Vetrina. There is this Indian vegan restaurant. It's super small. They have 10 places to sit, but the food is excellent. So have a good lunch and see you later. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the second session of the first day of the conference, of AIWAC conference, third edition. We are sorry we're a little bit late, but there was some late we had already in the morning. So I'm very pleased to open this second session, Women Respond to the Battlefield. And we open the session with a speech, a talk by Laura Mercader Amigó from the University of Barcelona. The title of her talk is Reparation for Fratricidi Words, Lesley Yendell's Art Projects in Northern Ireland. Laura Mercader Amigó teaches art theory and feminist art theory at the University of Barcelona. And she is the director of DUDA, Women's Research Center at the University of Barcelona. She is co-director of the Master Women's Politics at the University of Barcelona and the scientific journal DUDA, Estudios de la Diferencia Sexual. Welcome, Professor Mercader. If you are online, the stage is yours.
You hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I read my paper, my presentation from Barcelona. And first of all, I would like to thank the organization for accepting my proposal. And finally, I would like to apologize because I must leave after my presentation. I have a class to teach. So I start reading the paper. In the 20th century, the most violent century in Western patriarchal history, some women artists, philosophers, and writers took part in the front line of war and civil wars as military women, war reporters, such as Gerda Cathy Horna in the Spanish Civil War, or in the resistance, such as Simone Weil, Claude Kahn, and Suzanne Malherbe during the Second World War. Others work instead in aid programs or a freelance basis for war victims and pacifist organizations such as Gertrude Stein and Alice Vitoklas or Lucie Couturier. In this last context of actions of care, respect, and reparation, I would like to analyze four multimedia projects by the British artist Lesley Yendell, developed in communities affected by the conflict in Northern Ireland, known as the Troubles. I would like to explore how the artistic interventions based on love, respect, and care could help to heal the wounds and injuries caused by 25 years of masculine struggles. Before I begin, let me explain my starting point. My paper is based on two related beliefs. The first conviction has to do with Virginia Woolf's statement in Three Guineas, which did not hesitate to point out the masculine nature of war. I am convinced that war is a man business. According to Gerda, the dominance of men over women begins with the marketing of women's fertile bodies during the agricultural revolution, and at the roots of the idea of property and slavery, the two phenomena on which patriarchal warfare is based: the ownership of territory and people. Together with Cynthia Enlow, I ask myself, can any society limit militarization if it does not take seriously the way in which patriarchy operates? The case of Northern Ireland is very significant in this regard. Catholic and Protestant church system, imperial militarism, and Republican paramilitarism and terrorism create a highly masculinized social environment, which Irish feminist activist Cathy Harkin describes as armed patriarchy. I am not reducing the patriarchal to a biological argument about the goodness of women and the badness of men. There are female soldiers like the Amazons or others. However, Cynthia Cockburn, a feminist researcher on women and peace, has shown that women are less prone to war than men. My argument, which is also my second conviction, is that war has nothing to do with peace. Peace is not the opposite of war. War and peace are not antithetical, but two ways of being in the world, linked to two different socio-symbolic orders. Peace is a state in which we are born into the world by women, as Adrienne Rich called her important book of Woman Born, in which she revisited the place of the mother in Western culture. Peace is the condition of life. That's all there is. Caring for life is peace. War has nothing to do with peace. The Italian philosopher Luisa Muraro, together with other feminist philosophers of the Verona University, has studied the great importance of the symbolic order of the mother for the adult life. The Lacanian law of the father is not the only symbolic order. By symbolic order, I mean the system of meaning production. I am interested in the system of meaning production that allows us to inhabit the world in relationship of love and care. This is a symbolic order of the art projects of Lesley Yendell in Northern Ireland. Between 2006 and 2010, Lesley Yendell designed a series of multimedia interventions as a part of Regeneration public art project supported by North Down Borough Council and other agencies. The Regenerate project place artists within the community with the idea to encourage people to look at their locality in a different way and express their ideas and thoughts about making positive change to their area. This is an initiative to address a wide range of social and community issues at a local level, addressing regeneration issues and connecting artists with community. Over a 4-year period, several artists have been in residence in one or more of ARMARC 5 council areas. All the artists participate in socially engaged artistic practice. These regeneration public art projects coincide with the cultural policy of the new Labour government in the UK between 1997 and 2010, which, according to academic Claire Bishop, responded to the question, what can art do for the society? Lesley Irish projects are linked to the social, ethic, and political aesthetic tone in the visual arts described by Claire Bishop, but I think that they are also linked to another tradition of activism outside the art world. I believe that Lesley projects can be seen in the wider context of feminist activism during after the armed conflict in during and after the armed conflict in Northern Ireland, where women from both sectarian communities came together to work for peace. Lesley's work collects the legacy of these women who sought peace in Northern Ireland. As Monica McWilliams points out, Irish women have created a pluralist feminist movement based on respect for different points of view and recognition of each other's origins. Women on Northern Ireland have played a central role in the development of alternative pacifist political structures. They have created safe but subversive space where meetings can be organized on important issues that transcend sectarian barriers. Lesley Yendell's projects invite people, especially women, from the same community to meet over a cup of tea, to remember and record in pictures a shared industrial and craft past, to organize dinners and group women together to be weaves, words, souvenirs, and teapot covers. The Artist Orange Festive Activities exhibition of handicrafts made in the community by the women of the factories in the village, walk around the city, etc. In all her projects, Lesley used artistic practice to reflect on the repair of collective trauma through caring for relationships to create a new community, an intentional one, based on the ethic of care, ties in collective memory and experience of resilience. The first two projects I would like to talk about are T42 and Infusion. They are sister pieces, both of which related to the ritual of tea. In T42 and Infusion, Lesley chose to make the 2 large cups of tea, a teaspoon, and a Aegean teapot constructed from branches donated by various people from in and around Craigavon and Banbridge, and was made with the help of many volunteers. The 2 pieces are friendly objects closely associated with food, comfort, and nourishment, giving warmth and security. There is also a strong relationship with the body through the act of holding, stirring, sipping, savoring, swallowing. Above all, through the act of drinking tea, they are connected to hospitality, communication, dialogue, and cordiality, with reinforced and maintained community ties. Infusion taps into two deeply rooted traditions in the town of Brambridge, the linen industry and the postal service. In relation to the linen industry, Lesley has commissioned various volunteers to make linen cover for the Kopócsy. Linen has played an integral part in the history of this area, providing employment, generating wealth, and many traditional linen products. Banbridge grew gradually too as the stopping point on the main road from Belfast to Dublin. The postal service is another historical phenomenon that shapes the town. Now, superseded by email, letters were an important way of staying in touch over long distance, as well as providing written records of ourselves. T42 and infusion link the historical traditions, rituals of tea, linen industry, postal service, international communication, local landscape, the intergenerational people to share and shape community. The word community has in its etymological root the memory of the maternal economy of gift. Munus in Latin means offering. The community in this original linguistic derivation is the name of the place in which it is shared, in which communication is put into practice, the gift of words that create bonds that generate well-being. Another speaking community is being created in Lesley Yendell Revisited project. It is a multimedia project based again by the people of the town, its industry and recent history. Yendell was a brasserie factory and an important source of employment for the people of the area, especially the women. As part of the project, Lesley created a series of large-scale brab drawings that paid close attention to the construction of this garment. The drawings are made of charcoal, chalk, and pastel. Transformed in terms of scale, these light, frilly garments have become a monumental testament to the labor and life of the women workers who produced them. With the closure of Yendell, a shared past of work, camaraderie, friendship, and memories have been extinguished, inspired by the idea that older people are containers of history. Lesley set out to find and interview a diverse group of people who had worked at the factory. The culmination of the project has been a lunch for a limited number of interviewers. It was a special lunch, like Judy Chicago dinner party, to celebrate the identity. The economy of the gift and the resistance to time are two characteristics of the party phenomenon. The party belongs to no one, and for no one but the community of revelers. Everyone lives a party together. The party is always lived. Experiencing the Lesley dinner party is a way of intensifying, celebrating, and appreciating life. Life is peace time. The last project, Take a Walk Down Memory Lane, is also inspired by the industrial past of the town, which at one time had 21 showmakers. The project is based on shoes. Our feet carry us through life. They are our point of contact with the earth. This project put together a collection of shoes collected from people from the area. First steps, baptism, winning goals, jobs, walks, marathons, funerals, disastrous day out, or all celebrated. Large stickers of the drawing were fixed To the council refused lorries, and the exhibition reached a wider audience as the lorries went about their daily business in armor. As Lisa Fitzpatrick said, although the British government has sought to capitalize on the post-travel peace by projecting an image of Northern Ireland as a beautiful, peaceful place with many opportunities for internal investment, a growing number of artists are instead exploring the traumatic trace of the travels in everyday life, inviting to carry out a process of symbolization so as not to forget. These works I have just shown by Lesley Yendell create an alternative discourse to that of official marketing. Peace and beauty are the gains of life. Lesley Projects brings peace and beauty into the life of people in the towns most affected by the conflict in Northern Ireland. This is the landscape that needs to be offered to the community, not that of investment in times of no war. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura. Thank you for your inspiring talk. If you can come back to follow us by 4:30, there will be a Q&A session. So if you are not teaching, you're welcome to join us. Thank you. So let's go to the second talks, today's talks. That is by Silvia Palandri. Silvia has a degree on women's studies from Terza Università di Roma, with a dissertation about l'educazione femminile nel pensiero di Arcangela Tarabotti, with Professor Maria Ginevra Conti Odorisio. She attended a postgraduate course, The Gender Between the Lines, Stereotypes in Text and Media, at the Terza Università di Roma, and an advanced training course, International Cooperation, the Status of Women, which was promoted by Consiglio Nazionale delle Ricerche. She is an independent researcher, and she has the founder of the first blog Italian blog on women's studies, Opportunità di Genere. She has curated the publication of Racconti di Natale della Marchesa Colombi, Croce Edizioni 2021. Silvia will be present a talk titled Nellie Bly, the first woman war correspondent. Welcome, Silvia. The stage is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you. Thank Professor Consuelo Lollobrigida Adelina Modesti, because I'm really happy to be here with you. So good afternoon to all. And this first slide is okay. Thank you. This first slide, it's about Nellie Bly. It's a kind of introduction to Nellie Bly, whose real name was Elizabeth Cochrane. She became a journalist when she was a young girl. Nellie Bly was born when Elizabeth Cochrane responded to an article titled "What Are Girls Good For?", which appeared in 1885 in Pittsburgh Dispatch. Upon meeting Elizabeth, the director couldn't believe that the anonymous author of the furious letter he received was a girl, and he wanted her to become part of the newspaper team. So Nellie Bly was introduced to the world. From the beginning, she highlighted the conditions and struggles of women. Her approach was to shed light on the reality in which women, as wives, mothers, and workers lived. In fact, Nellie Bly denounced and exposed the abuses women endured in their working and private lives simply because they were women. Upon moving to New York, she began working for Joseph Pulitzer's journal and paved the way for undercover journalism. A most well-known article, 10 Days in a Madhouse, gained wide popularity and later became a book. This article and the challenge of traveling around the world in 72 days made her an iconic figure. Her resourcefulness in her job has recently been considered merely a tool to gain popularity and transition to becoming a reader, her true aspiration. Indeed, she signed a significant contract with Murners Publishing for a series novel. However, she ensured this wouldn't disrupt her journalism work. So when things didn't unfold as planned, she made her way back to journalism. If it's true that Nellie Bly may have aimed for notoriety and had literary ambitions, this, in my opinion, does not diminish her dedication to advocating for women's rights, a vision that she never abandoned. Arguing that she used her role as a journalist merely to gain fame and not to denounce and aid the less fortunate classes, particularly women, appears overly simplistic when considering her extensive and prolific journalistic work. Nellie's professional life can be divided into two periods. The initial phase was characterized by her attempts to establish professional legitimacy and gain recognition, efforts that came to fruition through her employment at Pulitzer's newspaper and her innovation creating the genre of undercover journalism. Following this, a phase she took a break from journalism but not from work itself. When her husband, Robert Seaman, fell ill, his factory was managed by Elizabeth until his passing. During this period, Elizabeth became one of the few female captains of industry, even though bankruptcy eventually concluded this career phase. In response to difficult circumstances, Elizabeth resumed her persona as Nellie Bly, instigating a second professional period. A propensity for incisive journalism and advocating for women's rights remained unchanged during this period. Bly supported suffragettes and interviewed their key leaders while addressing broader political issues such as anarchism. Notably, she interviewed the first woman to run for the presidency of the United States. However, she became a symbol when she decided to cover the First World War from Europe for the Evening Journal of New York and the International News Service, and it can no longer be considered as just seeking notoriety. Following her work in undercover journalism and her role as one of the leading women in the US economy, she became one of the first female war correspondents in the West. This decision also incited abundant curiosity about her attire on the front line. She herself narrates an amusing episode where Colonel John commands her to remove her blue jacket, claiming it was too visible and made her an easy target for the Russians. She comments that she was informed that her blue jacket and a grey soldier skirt exactly matched the uniform. Indeed, she was one of the first female war correspondents in a time when there was a surge of inspiration that saw the inclusion of women on the front lines as a novelty that newspapers could leverage. Other notable figures included Mary Robert Reinhardt, the author of The Circular Staircase, Edith Wharton, and numerous other journalists, but without a doubt, Nellie Bly was the most renowned among them all. As the Herald of New York reported, Nellie Bly, the most noted woman news correspondent in the world, contributes today to the Evening Herald, the first of articles written at the actual fighting front in Europe, describing the greatest war of history as it seems and incidents unfold under her personal observation. This not only is the first story of the present war by a woman correspondent, but is the first comprehensive narrative to get past the censors from a real eyewitness of war facts as they are. Indeed, Nellie Bly does not merely write about the war, she is present on the battlefield, often serving both as a witness and a participant. For instance, she was once arrested as a British spy. Only the intervention of the frontier doctor Friedman led her to release. I've told them every child 7 years old in America knows Nellie Bly. In another instance, 1914, she accidentally poisoned herself while examining a poisonous Serbian ballet, leading to 2 days and 3 nights of fever and pustules. From the front, her reports are punctual and succinct yet effective. They are dramatic but not overly sensationalized, often veiled with a hint of irony that is visible right from her initial articles. A good example is when she has to leave a Polish hotel. Bookkeeping in Press Moselle hotels must be of the greatest simplicity. A blackboard in front hall registers one's name opposite one's number. The slate on one's door does likewise. When one leaves, it's erased, and that's all that there is to it. Similar simplicity in the United States might lighten work in the divorce courts. She writes about everyday aspects, such as meals, tea time, and attire, paying particular attention to the differences since she believes in writing only the truth as suggested by a general. Some critics deem this approach banal and reductive compared to the general situation, oblivious to the significant overview. In my opinion, Nellie Bly accurately talks about what concerns everyone, thus making the reader identify with the desolation of war. For instance, she recounts a tale about an innkeeper woman who since Bly's arrival has always donned the same attire. This woman set the table with an already grubby tablecloth and presents her with even dirtier water. Bly outlines her breakfast menu and its cost, and portrays the beauty of a once enchanting landscape that war has since marred, strewn with pastures, a blue sky, and herds of horned cattle that remind her of the almost extinct ones from Texas. When she discusses soldiers, war, hunger, injustice, the wounded, and death, she doesn't resort to sentimentality, yet she possesses the capacity to engage and stir emotion. Her perspective is meaningful, inquisitive, and imbued with a unique poetic flair, especially evident when she describes the soldiers. With flowers in their military caps and songs upon their lips, with faith and confidence in the justice of their cause, with a love for all mankind, but convinced, like the first Christians, of the wretchedness of their cause, they go joyfully into the hell of battle. The flowers, dried and feathered, still remain in their mud-stained cups. Nellie Bly doesn't perceive the horrors of war in the traditional way of winners or losers. Rather, she explores, for instance, both the brutality and folly of war, presenting a narrative that maintains a central focus while exploring its absurdities. In her article, The Horrors of War, described by Nellie Bly, she captures a landscape littered with Austrian and Russian casualties. She proceeds to illustrate a surreal scene on the river separating the enemy lines. Both factions meet at this river to draw water and after doing so exchange cigarettes. However, she notes that soon after this brief respite, they return to their position to open deadly fire on each other. Her perspective of conflict transcends the traditional viewpoint which until then regarded war as a natural element, as Plautus and later Hobbes remind us with homo homini lupus. War in history and culture is seen and considered a natural fact with indeed ennobling power. Just think of Julius Caesar the Bello Gallico. However, a shift occurred during her era, thanks to reporters like Nellie Bly. For the first time, the true face of war and its horrors are spotlighted in a way previously unthought of and indescribable. In Perils of the Cholera, Nellie Bly states, "Winter is here. Before this article reaches New York, what shall the bitter cold show us? Can the horror be pictured?" She narrates a heartbreaking encounter upon her arrival at the American Red Cross Hospital. Dr. McDonald discloses a grim case. A Russian with feet lost to frostbite and his body adorned by mere scraps of skin. Her reaction to his predicament is captured in her poignant sentiment. Transfixed, I stood, heart sick, soul sad. Those great hollow eyes searched mine. They tried to question me. They spoke soul language to soul. Her activities as a reporter dedicated to uncovering a war so distinct from others never lacked an equally unprecedented perspective, that of women. In her reports, she never missed the opportunity to vocalize and visualize the roles of women in war zones, focusing on the abuses they suffered despite not being at the front lines. She also shed light on her own struggles and experiences since she too was a woman trying to secure justice for them. Nellie Bly illustrates this in her piece Horrors of War in the Eastern Sphere, where she details an incident where she compensates a woman whose chickens were stolen. However, a fellow soldier retaliated by leaving her without food. The presence of women is a recurring theme in our war articles, sometimes as many characters, sometimes collectively, and sometimes collaterally. For instance, during the episode of her arrest, the woman who aids her in her understanding of the situation is referred to as a woman friend. Prior to her, secretary, despite misunderstanding the situation, smiles at Bly, helping diffuse the initial embarrassment of the arrest. These characters enriched the narrative, lightened the situation, and highlighted Bly's ironic style. The presence of women, whether as nurses, secretaries, farmers, or impoverished wives and girls, is consistently visible. Nellie Bly was the first to question the role of women, actively seek to understand what they did, where they were, and ensure that this understanding was shared. In Poland War at Close Range, Nellie Bly paints a detailed image of the destitution of a village and her encounters with its denizens, primarily the single wives and mothers, as well as the dirty and hungry boys and girls. The women, intrigued by the men, step out of their homes, which Bly does not hesitate to call hovels. When they see her, they flash instinctive and friendly smiles. During her time there, Bly crosses paths with a nurse who, just like her, is departing Poland for refuge in Hungary. This nurse, who keeps beautiful jewels hidden in her blouse, is advised by Bly to conceal them better. Bly also meets women who never shed a tear despite they are barefooted, gaunt and sad. These women are following their husbands who have been captured as spies by soldiers. Bly is surprised to be by the scarcity of women and children in the second-class waiting room. Turning her attention to one woman with a newborn, she listens as the woman narrates her story. She is going to see good friends because her house has been destroyed. Her husband is at the front, who knows where, and she no longer has anything to eat. Her baby is 1 month and has been traveling for 3 years. In narrating her ordeal, the woman does not shed a tear. Upon observing this, Bly makes the comment, "No tears, no wailing, no complaint. These people can endure bravely." She later encounters a Hungarian duchess on a boat who participate in the rescue efforts for wounded soldiers through seemingly trivial acts, such as washing floors. Her attendants also contribute by donating their personal pillows, the only ones they have, to the wounded. Although this may seem like small gestures, the soldiers greatly appreciate them. This act of mutual care and compassion leave Nellie Bly both astonished and encouraged, leading her to assert, "There can never again in this land be any question as to the equality of women." Her style, realistic, subtly ironic, and sometimes stark, yet able to be poetic even when narrating horrific experiences, reveals how women gaze on circumstances such as the persistent anticipation of a Russian ballad, or her realization that what she initially mistook for a grave was instead a trench where soldiers endured days of combat against Russian ballads under incessant rain and devoid of food supplies. Her satisfaction is evident when she recounts being ordered to leave the headquarters with just a single piece of hand baggage. "I required no time to pack. I had only the linen bag, as I had been ordered. Our order was to be at the station at 3:30. I arrived at 3. Already the 5 soldier servants in our party were appearing loading down with baggage. Pictures, guns, bags, suitcases, cameras, skinny machines, coats, food, cooking apparatus, souvenirs, etc. were brought until finally there was a pile almost large enough to fill a car. I, the only woman, was the only person who obeyed order. Nellie Bly's experience at the front line abruptly concludes after her final appeals for participation in creating a fund designed for widows and children championed by the Emperor. This appeal was widely covered in US newspapers. After that, she vanished, with only one article in 1918 mentioning that there had been no news about her for 3 years. Nevertheless, her war reports continually circulate from newspaper to newspaper, ensuring her vision of the war, seen through a woman's eyes, continues to shape public opinion. A finesse in describing even the most shocking events, the suffering of soldiers and civilians, particularly the lonely and defenseless women, girls and boys, all against the backdrop of a senseless war. In one of her final articles published 1915, she concludes, "Nothing is wanting to add and assist nature to save and heal what man is so inhumanly torturing and destroying." Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Silvia. Next talk from remote is by Laia Manonelles Moner from University of Barcelona. And she will presenting the 8-weapon war pain and reparation. Welcome, Laia.
Thanks so much. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers to bring to us the opportunity to share our research.
I'm sorry, Laia. Could you please share your screen with your presentation?
I'm making it.
No, it is not online yet.
No?
I'm sorry.
Let's try it again. You cannot see it?
No.
Let's try again. Because we make it before.
No?
Now?
Okay, yes.
Yes?
Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
No, don't worry. It's our
I would like to express again my gratitude and the opportunity to learn, listening to all the different communications. And also, I would like to express my gratitude to Marga Ximénez, the artist, because the interviews and the conversations that I share with her are so useful for me to get deeper into her artwork. Marga Ximénez and the genealogy of heteronyms that she has engendered in her artistic career focus in several creations over the last decades on individual and social discomfort, pointing out the structural violence in which we live. Marga brings together her life experience with the artistic projects, the personal becomes political, and appropriates artisanal techniques in her textile installations to denounce in a poetic and powerful way the consequence of wars, the reality of refugees and exiles, and other social injustices. In the last 20 years, Marga Ximénez has generated a multiplicity of voices, personalities, with her heteronyms of different generations, origins, and backgrounds. the expanded autobiographical space connect with the works of the writer Fernando Pessoa and his more than 60 heteronyms. The artist Nora Ancarola, an artist that works close with Marga Ximénez, in her paper Plural as the Universe, points out that each of the 19 heteronyms that Marga Ximénez has created always shows some feathers of her personal biography, revealing Pia Remedios from Zaragoza as the one who most truly represents the artist's alter ego. I quote, "She's one that embodies her own story. The other names concealed in her birth certificate, which are the names of her respective grandmothers. She talks of her as about herself, crossing over the past generation that precede her and the future that might have been the figure of her mother, like concealed behind the heteronym Jenna Lesmar." Marga Ximénez and her heteronym share the will to give a poetic rendering of everyday life. The multiple identities enable the artist to reflect upon the ethics of care, the problems of frontiers, of refugees, and the abuse suffered by many children. In her installation of Family and Families, that is the recreation of the family by Pia Remedios, Marga Ximénez and her heteronym present a series of mattresses and a gold leaf plank, a kind of altar piece, to capture various angles of the reality of those who have emigrated, evoking the difficulties of her grandmothers in the context of the Spanish Civil War in rural Aragon, in the countryside. The work also denounced the precarious existence suffered by displaced persons, which she connects to the novel Incerta Gloria, Uncertain Glory by Joan Sales. The artist delves deeper into the reality of immigrants, exiles, and refugees, starting from her own family's history in the context of the Spanish Civil War and linking it to the current conflicts. As we can see in the slide, Pia Remedios is the closest heteronym, the Zaragozana artist, the Aragonese and Gypsy alter ego. Here, the interrelation takes place in reverse. Marga intervenes in her character's work, from which she feels interrogated and which she emphasizes not without pain. The dialogue that occurs allows one to recognize oneself in history, in one's own history, that of the other, that of others. We can find always the connection between the personal and the community in the artworks of Marga Ximénez. Moreover, the art critic Pilar Parcerisa said about the artworks of Marga Ximénez that textiles, ropes, thread, wood, and clothes have a connotation of poverty and recycling, very much a part of the female universe. In fact, in an interview, the artist explains that the mattresses belongs to different generations of her own family, as the mother of her grandmother, the grandmother, and her mother. This artwork is related to this other artwork of Water and Lime under the healing of Edith Andreu, and it's a reappropriation of the White Cemetery by Marga Ximénez, in which she and the heteronym Edith Andreu present an installation with cut open water containers filled with baby socks and lime, pointing directly to the dramatic results of military conflict. The heteronym Edith Andreu has emphasized the tragedy contained in White Cemetery by introducing two carbonara zebras that represent all the unfortunate children that have to face the consequence of war. The artists' communications communicate the horrors of war and emphasize the violence suffered by women and children and makes visible what society omits and ignores. This artwork connects with the interrogatory that refers to gender-based violence that we also find in police arrest. Inside the structure, there is a broken dishes, crockery, and the light reminds us the interrogations in the domestic sphere and in the police offices. The artistic work of Marga Ximénez shares the will to return the abuse of power and emphasize the potential of vulnerability, deconstructing the hegemonic narrative to generate other stories that will encourage critical thinking. The artist has developed a series of installations in which she warns about the impact of the violence of war conflicts, highlighting, among several of her installations, the 8th weapon, la vuitena arma in Catalan, which refers to the rapes and the atrocities that women suffered in the Timor War in 1999. Pictures that appear in the press of pregnant women killed by military men from creatures ripped out from their womb are connected to the conception of the 8th weapon. The artifact used by Madame Ducoudray in her classes to taught how to give birth to, keeping the museum in Rouen, France, was the starting point for this work. In fact, Marga knows this poupée, this artifact, in a trip that she did to France. The midwife and obstetric teacher show the physiology of the body of the pregnant woman and the location of the fetus, as well as the gestures that the midwife must perform to accompany a woman and a child to give birth to reach life. In this installation, the artist connects death and life, life and death, and performs an act of reparation. We will come back to this idea of reparation. The artist makes visible and returns to the audience what society omits, pronouncing what is silenced. The poet Carles Achmor, a close friend of Marga, referred to this idea in his article, Marga Ximénez, a well-aimed punch, about her installation La Vuitena Arma, the 8th weapon, which was dedicated to the rapes and murderous attacks suffered by women during the war in Timor. As Joan Miró recommended, Marga and her work give the spectator a well-aimed punch on the nose. These 9 sculptures are, as it were, true art with a vengeance as opposed to a surrogate. And this rare sort of art never allows for one single reading, but invites us a wide range of interpretations, many of which have little to do with the strict logic, but are much richer than any line of thought, waterlogged or not, with logical and coherent politics, correct or incorrect. The installation, the 8th weapon of Marga Ximénez, was presented in the exhibition Don the Guns, along with Berta von Suttner's books and Kate Coleridge engravings, because, like the works of Berna and Kate Coleridge, it is a face-rate contribution to the reflection on works and their consequence and will incite the visiting public to listening to the dialogue that can be opening between the 3 creators. In the year 2005, in this centenary of the awarding of Nobel Peace Prize, the writer and activist Berta von Suttner is being commemorated. And in the center, Bonne Maison, we can find this tribute to her with the exhibition Down the Guns. and that women have practiced, that have taken many forms. Berta von Suttner, Kate Colwys, and Marga have made contributions to this culture of peace through their artistic artworks. And here we have this slide of this exhibition. The exhibition was curated by Bea Porqueras and aims to the both an exercise in memory and an incitement to a dialogue on the question as crucial to humanity and the culture of peace, and to its past and present contributions to its construction. Marga focused on vulnerability, showing the wounds and abuse of power, the construction of the hegemonic structures run through installations such as of parties and defeat. And in this installation, Marga and the heteronym Feliu Esteve, this heteronym has interviewed the artist's work, rolling up the Outlis tapestry to underline the connotation of power and wealth traditionally associated to the history of tapestry, and denounce the exploitation of the work of children by complementing the work with objects indicative of child abuse. Feliu Esteve, her heteronym, proceeds to underline such realities in a series of tiny books that contain 2 counterpoise pages. One of them shows images of tapestries in luxury 18th century interiors and dance halls designed for the pleasure of the upper class, and the other has press photographs showing child soldiers, the tortures suffered by prisoners of war during the war in Iraq. And Amina Lawal, whose sentence to be stoned to death for adultery was finally lifted thanks to the pressure of international opinion. Marga Ximénez transcends the autobiographic account to focus on social unease, denouncing injustices, violence, and the precarious conditions many people inhabit in our times. The artist and her heteronyms transform, intervene, and participate in the production, approaching creativity from the perspective of commitment. Her work remains open in a process of permanent construction as it arises from necessity. The practice of art blends with life, pointing at other ways of relating that comes from a realm of affections and empathy. She focused on art's potential as a tool to give shape to a needs in order to share it, crossing the divide where the intimate sphere becomes public. What Marga Ximénez proposed is directly related to Carol Gilligan's Ethics of Care. In her book, In a Different Voice, the psychologist examined the human relation and rethinks the links, affections, and emotions while avoiding the abstract ideas connected to justice, to concentrate on everyday situation. These ideas and the role of women can be related with the ethics of care and the feminist movement, recalling the maxim that what is personal is political and the relevance of the political awareness groups in the late 60s. The Different Voice, underlined by Carol Gilligan, emphasized the potential of feelings and affections, undervalued in a rationalist, patriarchal, and neoliberal context. However, it is important to notice the clear intention to transcend essentialist determinism and appeal to personal responsibility, to the homo empathicus instead of the homo lupus. Here it is important to underline the idea of reparation again. Bea Porqueras, the curator of the exhibition Down the Guns, bring to us this reflection.
The textile handworks pieces composing the 8th weapon represent fragments of bodies from the waist down, explicitly sexuate, displaying the vulva, 2 shoulder pads shown on the groins of corsely, stuffed pants, avoiding through any obscenity or brutally. I would like to underline, it is the artist's mastery in execution, her needlework, that restores their integrity, dignity, and life to these bodies torn apart by violence and savagery. Stitch by stitch, based, darn, witch stitch, sewn, sutured, and the civilizing action of loving, skillful hands, this material, cloth and flesh, return to that life which Madame de Coudray taught how to give birth to. The artist reflects and responds to the image of violence and war that reach us through the media. Maga Ximénez explains in an interview that she doesn't want to use any spectacle to respond to this image of violence. She pays tribute to these victims and restore their dignity. To conclude, the artist challenges the viewer, poetizes reality, undertakes an act of reparation, and reminds us that we must position ourselves in a critical way. Thanks.
Thanks, Laia. So we have a Q&A session by 4:30. So if you want to follow us, keep on following us. There will be the session at 4:30. Thank you. So next one is Jolanda Wessel. No, it's Anna Kopócsy. We have been talking for 30 minutes and I got wrong, okay? And that's Anna Kopócsy from Pázmány Péter Catholic University in Budapest. Anna is assistant professor at the Department of Art History, and she has worked as a research project, History of the Artist New Society, which is, as I can see, an European project. Her research area are that of modern art in Hungary, artist groups, and women in the arts. Anna will be talking, her talk will be Inter Arma Silent Muse, journalist Lili Fabenyi's photo series on the Royal Hungarian Academy of Fine Arts as a war hospital in 1914. Thank you, Anna, for joining us. If
Thank
you're
you.
ready, we are ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you.
Most vigyem át.
Anna, you have to switch your presentation.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Hogy kell? Megosztom. Okay. Dear audience, first of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to participate in this conference series for the second time. It is a great honor for me, who is also working in Hungary to rehabilitate the oeuvre of forgotten but valuable women artists and to integrate them into the art historical canon. My presentation today is based on the analysis of 2 series of photographs taken during the First World War. One series was taken by a female photographer, the other by a male. Unfortunately, there will not be time to analyze all the pictures, so I would like to illustrate the differences in perspective through a few selected examples. In the course of the lecture, I will discuss the photographic training of women in the period under discussion and the role of women in general and of women artists in particular during the First World War. Inter arma silent Musae, says the ancient Latin proverb. This wisdom is challenged by the fact that during World War I, a large number of eminent artists appeared on the battlefields as war correspondents and, faced with the horrors of war, produced some harrowing works of art. From among Hungarian artists, the paintings of László Mednyánszky and János Vasari disprove the proverb. In my presentation, however, I'm going to interpret a phenomenon which, in spite of the above, still proves the validity of the quote. As a result of the outbreak of World War I in the summer of 1914, most art institutions had to be converted in Hungary into war hospitals according to the decree of the Ministry of Culture. Thus, this fate befell the buildings of the Royal Hungarian College of Fine Arts, that is, the main building on Andrássy Avenue and the master schools in Epresket. The institution, presumably with the support of the ministry, commissioned 2 series of photographs in 1914 after the buildings had been converted into war hospitals to document this special situation for posterity. The pictures show wounded soldiers, surgeons, and nurses at work rather than art students and teachers, wards and operating theaters, rather than libraries and studios. The vast majority of male students, if found medically fit, were conscripted for military service, and a good number of female students volunteered to train as nurses. One of the photo series was taken by a professional photographer, Anthropological Wessel, and the other by an amateur photojournalist, Lili Fabenyi. Although their visual topics were the same, their approaches were different, and the focus of my presentation will be on exploring these differences. Before doing so, I would like to make a detour that is specifically related to the conference theme of women in war. During World War I, women fought at the front. However, this was rare, not typical at all. There are examples from Poland, Ukraine, Russia, etc., but these are the exceptions to the rule. The women who did go to the front were mainly employed in medical, postal, and clerical jobs. Margit Véczi, who also served as a war correspondent at the front, is the only known female artist in the Austro-Hungarian army. Most women, as part of their charitable and patriotic duty, adapted to traditional female roles of caring for the wounded, knitting gloves and scarves for soldiers, serving at the front, and helping orphaned children. This was also the case for female art students and wives of artists. It should be noted, however, that women's role in war was not always limited to nursing in Hungary. In the 16th century, alongside the men defending fortifications, women also fought heroically against the Turks. Bertalan Székely in 19th century Hungary created a large-scale historical painting commemorating the women of Eger who fought with death-defying courage. The University of Fine Arts currently owns 46 photographs from the above series, of which 13 are attributed to Lili Fabenyi and 33 to Anthropological. The photographs were acquired by the College of Fine Arts in 1915. However, the commission, probably initiated by the government, did not only cover the building on Andrássy Avenue and Epreskerт. Fabenyi may also have been asked to photograph other art-related institutions. She also took pictures of the conversion of the Kunsthalle and the School of Applied Arts into War Hospital, which were reproduced in the journal Untitled Művészet and in the yearbook of the School of Applied Arts. As the records show, the College of Fine Arts bought more of Antal Weinwund's photographs because, in addition to scenes from the war hospital, he also photographed the training of female drawing teachers who were then temporarily relocated to the Agricultural Museum. Lili Fabenyi was a writer, actress, journalist, and amateur photographer born in Kolozsvár, Cluj, in present-day Romania, to a famous intellectual family. According to my recent research, Fabenyi moved to Budapest in 1910 and divorced her husband to pursue an independent career. She became relatively well-known in the 1910s and made photographic portraits of well-known contemporary writers, which she published. Her writings appeared regularly in magazines. She enjoyed reciting poetry and she acted in plays. What is perhaps most important from our point of view is that from 1913 onwards, her photographs appeared in various magazines where she often illustrated her articles and reports with photographs she had taken herself. It is not known where she learned photography. During this period, an increasing number of women took up amateur photography. It is worth mentioning that there appeared a similar trend in Hungary in the field of photography from the point of view of women as in other artistic disciplines. Until the 1910s, there was no organized training for women in this field. A few community or private schools offered photography courses for women, but overall the role of women was to retouch and perhaps take portraits of children in addition to working as assistants. Critics at the time suggested that women were not considered to be fit enough to create more complex, multi-figure compositions. However, amateur photography flourished, especially among the aristocracy, and several clubs were formed to which women were also admitted. The case of Lili Fabenyi is special because she was both a journalist and a photographer, which was rare at the time. Lili Fabenyi was mentioned in a newspaper article as a feminist. She herself was aware of the career opportunities for women in other fields of art, as her report on Hungarian women architects shows, whose training also only began in the 1910s, although still outside university frameworks. The first female architect's certificate was only awarded in 1924. Antal Weinwund founded his company in 1865, which also produced reproductions and soon became one of the most sought-after photographers. Later, his son also set up his own business. He received several commissions from institutions of the fine arts, including the Museum of Fine Arts, to make reproductions of their collection. The War Hospital series was not his first commission from the Academy of Fine Arts. He was also responsible for recording the work at the College of Fine Arts, which took part in the Paris World Fair of 1900. Before before analyzing the individual photographs, it is worth taking a look at the role of female artists in World War I. One of the photographs taken by Antal Weinboom shows students of the nursing course. The interpretation of the scene is given in the yearbook of the college. I quote, "In addition to making needlework items for the soldiers, many of our former and present students decided to take a nursing course so that they could care for the wounded in their spare time." The end of the quote. The author of the report described the students' performance as a patriotic act. The yearbook also commemorated those who took part in this work by name. Many of the names are now completely unknown, but the names of those who entered later the modern art scene are a testament to the fact that the process of the professionalization of women artists was by then well underway and would eventually lead to the introduction of coeducation after the First World War. One such name is that of Gisela Demeter, who created Cubist works while still a student. Her modern approach to art was not the result of the conservative academic education. Another student who went on to become an acclaimed art historian and restorer was Gisela Weide, whose 1990 drawing entitled Misery clearly reflects the impacts of the war. It does not depict a typical loving mother-child relationship. The thin, naked, awkward mother and child also project the image of the absent father. All 13 of Fabenyi's photographs are staged. Some were taken in the hospital wards and operating theaters, others in the garden. The calculated and staged movements are similar to those in Weinboom's series, which follows the tradition of studio photography, that is, despite the external location, the scenes are just as pre-arranged as in the studio. But what are the characteristics that set the two series apart from each other? Weinboom had a great deal of experience in composition and the use of light, and his works follow the photographic style known as pictorialism. Alongside his professionalism, Weinboom strives for a more documentary approach and the stolen moment effect, while most of Fabenyi's photographs go beyond this, having a metaphorical content. This makes them more personal and they convey more emotion. This underlying difference may also be due to the fact that Lili was primarily a newspaper photographer. She used her images to support her narrative. Some of her photographs from the college series were also published in newspapers under different titles, thus nuancing the original context. Here are some examples. One of the most interesting photos depicting the replica of the statue of Venus de Milo in Epreskert with a disabled soldier next to it originally bore the neutral garden scene title. But when the photo appeared in Érdekes Újság, an entertaining weekly that also featured literary pieces, it was given the explanatory title, Disabled Goddess and Disabled Semigod. Disabled Goddess and Disabled Demigod. Wounded Bosnian thinks of another goddess who is not made of stone. The photograph that Fabenyi staged deviated from its original purpose, which was primarily to document the military hospital in Epreskert. With the slightly sensational but narrative title, she commemorates the wounded soldier as a hero who is thinking of his beloved and takes away the metaphorical character of the photograph, which is preserved by the neutral title Garden Scene, namely, that an extreme situation can cause the torso, the fragment, to become exalted. It is an extraordinary moment when a symbol of academic art and the disabled soldier are placed on the same level, brought together by their deformity thanks to the absurdity of war. In Érdekes Újság, the meaning of the Venus statue as a symbol of art is lost, and instead the focus is on sublime femininity. The relativity of physical disability is underlined by another newspaper photograph by Lili Fabenyi, unrelated to the above series, which shows a man who lost a leg in the war meeting children who were born disabled. The explanatory caption says that they all look at each other with pity in their mutual misfortune, although the cause that led to their situation was different. Another of her photos, also published several places, bore the original title Garden Scene Sunbathing. The interesting thing about this photo is that the soldiers are grouped around the antique statue bust in the center. Similar to the previous photo scene, this was also published in Érdekes Újság, depicting an imaginary dialogue between the disabled veterans and the replica of the classical antique statue bust Heracles. The title is "The Aged Classic also looks with love at the heroic boys." Lili takes advantage of the position of the head to make the dialogue seem possible. Perhaps one of the most exciting art gardens created in the end of the 19th century by the sculptor Alajos Strobl and his students, Epreskert, was more than just an academic model garden. It was also a kind of stage for artistic existence, an escape from contemporary reality. In 1914, Lili Fabenyi sensed this theatricality of Epreskert and staged a new play in it for a new cast. Antal Weinbohm also photographed soldiers in the garden, but made less effective use of the possibility of the connection between the statues and the soldiers, or none at all. Fabenyi took fascinating photographs of the bus in the main building on Andrássy Avenue. The wounded young soldiers sit bare-chested in their bathtub while nurses wash them. Their beautiful young bodies, more like models or sculptural busts, don't reveal their injuries. The nurses' touch reinforces the illusion, as if they were breathing life into these bodies with their touch. Lili Fabenyi's dramaturgical skill is perhaps most evident in the two images that show the dressing room first empty, with only the furniture and other equipment, and then populated with people. She shot the two scenes from almost the same camera position, the latter from a little further away to get a better view of the scene, including several figures. Of the 13 figurers, 2 of the patients look into the camera, that is, they are making contact with us, the viewer, while the others are immersed in their activities, creating a natural effect on the viewer, yet the dynamics of the scene is maintained thanks to the glances directed at us. József Pécsi, the famous Hungarian photographer who also considered the training of women photographers to be particularly important, wrote in the 1910s. Amateur photographers with deep knowledge have also advanced the culture of artistic photography with their good taste, contrasting them with professional photographers. With her photographs, Lili Fabenyi joins the ranks of these artists. Although initially driven by the intention to document, she has created pictorial associations in the language of photography that break away from the cliches of contemporary photojournalism. Her affinity for capturing unique situations is also revealed in her unstaged photographs. As mentioned above, this was the second time that Antal Weinboom had been commissioned by the College of Fine Arts. 2 albums sent to the 1900 World Fair were intended to demonstrate the work going on in the institution. The pictures of the male students show them at work thoughtfully and diligently. The series of the pictures of the Women's School of Painting is probably also the work of Weinboom, though the artist is not named. The students are shown in a state of suspended work, that is, staged in a work pose. According to the art historian Eva Bicskei, they are more reminiscent of the framing motif of women painters in the atelier, where they appear more as models than as creators. In one photograph, the infinity of rooms opening out from each other, perhaps with a tiny figure of a woman at work, evokes the world of 17th century Dutch kitchen still lifes. In the series taken during the First World War, we see the female students at work, but through their decorative arrangement, they remain beautiful objects in the photographer's eye. As a parallel, however, we aren't confronted with the active company of male art students, but with the silent gaze of disabled soldiers in the former sanctuary of art. Weinboom's photographs reproduced in the 1915 yearbook of the College of Fine Arts show that art was the exclusive domain of women at that time. The advantage they gained would be used after the war. The 1920 reform of the College of Fine Arts ended segregated education, abolished the Women's School of Painting, and introduced coeducation. Of course, this did not mean the end of the prejudices and stereotypes against women, but the fact that an amateur female photographer was commissioned to take on such a responsible task in 1914 was a sign of changing times. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, please contact me via email.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna, for your brilliant presentation. You have really shaded lights into this very interesting topic. So it's just a new perspective on the role of women in this intersection between the Academy of Arts and how women were trained for arts, and then they were practically using their training to serve during the war. It's incredibly fascinating. Thank you, Anna. I'm telling to you what I've said to the other colleagues. If you like to keep connected, there will be a Q&A at the end of this session by 4:30. No, later, 5 o'clock. Thank you. So next presentation It is by Jolanda Wessel. It's correct, Fabio, this time? Okay. Jolanda is a PhD candidate at Heinrich Heine University in Düsseldorf. And she is also a lecturer at the Hochschule in, pardon for my German, in Düsseldorf, and a research project about art and motherhood. She will be presenting a talk. The title is The Art of Fighting, Warring Women in November and Other Works of Hito Sayer. Welcome, Jolanda. Are you listening to us?
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. I'm very happy to be invited to this great conference. My contribution deals with contemporary warring women in the work of German documentary filmmaker, video artist, and theorist Hito Steyerl. All starts with a silent Super 8 feminist martial arts film Steyerl shot with two friends in 1983. Here you see the artist herself as part of a girl gang, beating every man who comes in their way, fighting with their bare hands, while the bad guys instead are using firearms. The three young women present themselves as strong and self-confident, but at the same time sexy dressed, the rocker or biker chic. One with a short haircut is dressed in a leather jacket and leather trousers. The next, with peroxided wild hair, is wearing a red blouse with skinny black jeans. Steyerl, her black hair until her shoulders, is wearing a black rocker t-shirt, jeans, hot pants, and boots. More than 20 years later, in 2004, fragments of this unfinished film are integrated by the artist into a new video with the title November. Listening to Steyerl's off voice, here we get to know about the origin of the precedent silent martial arts film. At the time, Steyerl and her friends were searching for female role models beside the adapted and quiet beauty women were asked. The young women found what they were searching for in another fictional film, in Russ Meyer's Faster Pussycat Kill Kill. Also, his film deals with a group of women with big breasts terrorizing men. The very self-confident and dominant women in Meyer's film are using martial arts and sexiness as female weapons as well. Steyerl and her friends copied their poses for their own film. Russ Meyer probably chose the martial arts on grounds of erotism. The martial arts' favorability of the body allowed Meyer to put the female body into focus. In contrast to Meyer, the girl gang's decision to imitate this kind of fighting can be understood as conscious feminist choice. First, these warring women appropriate a man-dominated style of fighting here. Secondly, the martial arts in their beginning had an ethical dimension. They were a symbol for the struggle of the oppressed against the privileged, which can be transferred to the battle of sexes here. Furthermore, the young women's choice for this kind of fighting can be interpreted as a decision against firearms, as firearms with their phallic attributes make them typical male weapons. In consequence, the woman with a gun, a popular figure in TV and cinema, is always already a sexual illusion and male fantasy. Furthermore, as the notion art already indicates, the martial arts are related to dance, which can achieve a highly emancipatory and political dimension. Where there is a general decline of firearms, the body in motion instead becomes the weapon. Nora Amin, in her book Tanz der Verfolgten, Dance of the Persecuted, for example, describes Egyptian belly dance as female empowerment and liberation of the body, as political statement or intervention and rebellion in public space, which finally had to be domesticated and colonialized by patriarchy and capitalism. Hence, in Steyerl's video November, the martial arts are becoming something like an ethical code for feminist fight. But November is not only an artistic montage about warring women, but also tells the story of Steyer's former best friend, Andrea Wolf, the leader of the girl gang. We are told that Andrea, short time after the shoot, becomes part of the revolutionary left in the Federal Republic of Germany. After being arrested several times, she submerges and finally migrates to Kurdistan to become a member of the Free Women Army of Kurdistan. Together with other female guerrillas, Andrea Wolf is violently killed by Turkish security forces in 1998. There were strange coincidences to the material we filmed almost 15 years earlier in Bavaria, Steyer explains in November. Andrea continued to practice the martial arts during her time in Kurdistan, where she told them to the women fighters. With regards to Andrea Wolf's destiny as new leftist city guerrilla and later member of the female guerrilla in Kurdistan, her fighting experience in their early dilettante film functioned as a training in fiction for reality after. To conclude, Styles and Wolf's girl gang copied the warring women of Russ Meyer's film. Both the sexy role models and their dilettante imitations later become found footage in Styles' video November. In other words, a film serves as a pattern for a film, serves as footage for a video here. Meanwhile, Andrea Wolf left the realm of fiction to finally cross the border to reality in transferring her acting into the life of a guerrilla. Every episode of Andrea Wolf's career as a female guerrilla, as a warring woman, is represented in November by its own portrait, each on different media. The first one is her staged appearance in the early Super 8 martial arts film, self-confident and emancipated, sexy dressed all in leather, at the end successfully riding into the sunset on a motorbike. It's the young woman's own imagination and creation of a portrait of a warring woman. The second, this time printed, portrait of Andrea Wolf, Steyer crosses by chance several years later in a cinema in Berlin next to pin-up posters. It shows Andrea already after her death as a Kurdish martyr. Her smiling portrait in half profile, wearing a headscarf, is printed in black and white, shaded with a red star replacing the halo in Christian icons, and lined by two laurel bays on yellow and red ground, the colors of the Kurdish flag. Above her head, Ronahi, the Kurdish name she chose as a guerrilla of the Free Women Army, is written, Andrea Wolf in brackets. Beneath her portrait, one is given some basic information about her death along with the slogan, "The fallen revolutionaries are immortal." It is the portrait of a warring woman created by the Kurdistan Workers' Party. This portrait avoids every sexiness. The composition evokes painted icons of the saints. Its design is similar to recent icons of female martyrs from Iran, like the one of Jina Amini, who was randomly stopped, arrested, and violently killed in 2022. The third portrait of Andrea Wolf, Steyer gets hold of by a Kurdish satellite TV station on VHS tape. In contrast to the icon as a martyr, it shows her friend still alive, but already in a camp in Kurdistan among the other female guerrillas. Here, Andrea, suntanned, is smiling while telling the interviewer about her background and formation as a guerrilla. Her hair bound together, she is wearing an olive military jacket and in some takes a Palestinian scarf around the neck. Such scarves are common accessories of the fighters of the Free Women Army. They wear them loosely bound on their heads or around their waists. This third portrait is partly a documentary filmic orchestration, but at the same time the most authentic of the three portraits of Andrea Wolf as a warring woman Steyer unites in her video November. While Andrea Wolf doesn't survive, her traveling images develop a life of their own. As Kurdish icon, she is even used as a political weapon. To conclude again, with the filmic fiction of Andrea as a female guerrilla becoming reality, the feminist martial arts film transforms into a document. With Andrea becoming a martyr and Kurdish traveling icon, reality becomes fiction again. Besides the 3 portraits of Andrea Wolf as a wearing woman, there is also another portrait of Fito Steyerl next to the one as a sexy warring woman practicing martial arts in a girl gang in November. It is the portrait of the filmmaker herself, who appears as such with a camera on her shoulder. Using the filmic tool of the countershot, Steyerl confronts her own portrait with the image of a guy all dressed in white with a tended arc. The camera is represented as an alternative weapon, shooting back, while the often mentioned analogy between camera and firearm alludes to another possible type of warring woman here, the artist with a camera. I propose to consider the Super 8 film from the 1980s as a common starting point for the political engagement and fight for justice and peace of both Andrea Wolf and Fito Steyerl, first in the roles as female martial arts fighters. Afterwards, their pathways split. Andrea Wolf transfers her role she played into reality in becoming a leftist activist and member of the Free Women Army in Kurdistan. In contrast, after squatting a building, throwing stones at Deutsche Bank, and being expelled from school without finishing her secondary education, Fito Steyerl visits the Institute of the Moving Image in Tokyo, Japan, and the Hochschule für Fernsehen und Film in Munich, Germany, achieving a PhD in philosophy at the Akademie der Bildenden Künste in Vienna, Austria. Today, she's an artist, documentary filmmaker, writer, and professor in experimental film and video at the Universität der Künste in Berlin, Germany. Changing clothes and resorting from fiction to reality, Andrea Wolf stays the feminist guerrilla even beyond her death. But Steyerl, also changing clothes, is changing weapon and battlefield too. Here the common question of political arts as politics with other means is touched. An armed fight or a war can turn around the social order completely, but does aesthetic production, does contemporary art can also change this present order? After visiting Turkish-Syrian border, witnessing the Battle of Kobani in northwestern Syria and the cruelties it brings, Steyerl asks for the task of art in times of emergency. Contemporary warfare is more than a theme to her work. It is a background and condition on which she is treating racism and post-colonialism, digital surveillance capitalism, and so on. Building barricades out of sandbags, Steyerl herself indicates the museum as a battlefield in one of her lectures, where the guards, ex-policemen and soldiers are now defending artworks. She expounds the influence and enmeshments of arm lobby and contemporary art spaces. The former often sponsors biennials, museums, and exhibitions, even some of those Steyerl's works are presented in. In one of her lecture performances, she undertakes a half-fictional investigation following backwards the flight of the bullet that killed her friend Andrea, just to find out that it was herself who shot, because her analysis of this bullet leads to arms manufacturer Lockheed Martin, which is also a sponsor of the Art Institute of Chicago, where Steyerl's artwork Abstract, another video which also deals with Andrea Wolf's death, is exposed. In How Not to Be Seen, a fucking educational moth file, dressed in a black combat gear, she puts on a pixel camouflage makeup, a warrior in the war of images. This video is a 15-minute tutorial on becoming a guerrilla capable of understanding, questioning, and acting within the regime of digital images. In 5 lessons, she proposes how to become invisible, where, by the way, being female and over 50 is one option. After some policemen and guards in her early works, the new combatants you meet in her videos are robots or computer-generated cops of a special agent unit, like in Social Sim. Reflecting the political dimension of filmic tools and image-generating techniques, Style speaks about the design of killing, a warfare that takes place behind screens. She speaks about soldiers that are trained for their mission in gaming, about a destroyed city that is redesigned with the help of 3D videos, and about the wipe that becomes the filmic equivalent for the elimination of people, when the visual replacement of one image by another is followed by a real cleansing of the physical space and the people who live there. All the various connections between arts, politics, and global conflicts she reveals in different works over the last decades make Kito Style a warring artist, an urban guerrilla fighting with words and images. But in the context of this conference, her special interest in and ongoing engagement for the Free Women Army of Kurdistan, that surely has its seeds in the cruel destiny of her friend Andrea Wolf, but reaches beyond this single story, has to be highlighted. Without naming or showing this women's army coercively, there are hints and traces of this specific female fight hidden in quite a lot of her works. Recently, a new face and name of a warring woman appears in her works, which is also connected to the same female-dominated fight Andrea Wolf died for. Heja Netürk, a Kurdish filmmaker and musician, but also political activist, who was sent to jail by the Turkish government, is playing herself in 2 of Style's newer videos. And this is the future. Her image stays blurry over the whole video to visually represent her stint in prison. Instead, we get to know about the specific resistance of the women there. When we were in jail, we grew plants by crumbling paper and chewing it. We caught flying seeds in the courtyard and got them to germinate on the paper. The flowers grew on love letters and indictment charges for centuries of detention. The guards would come and destroy the plants whenever they find them. A year later, Heja Netürk also appears in the video Social Sim, complaining, "In the previous episode, I was missing, locked up in Turkish jail. I managed to escape and became a fucking refugee." Heja Netürk is also a warring woman who unites the political activism of Andrea Wolf and the artistic activism of Kito Style in one person. In 2019, Style participates in a political intervention together with Heja Netürk and 2 other women of the cultural sector in the Maxim Gorki Theater in Berlin. The title of the intervention, Women for Rojava, again refers to the de facto autonomous region in the northeast of Syria, where the Free Women Army of Kurdistan is situated and fighting against Turkey and IS. In a surprisingly direct manner, Style announces, "Until the German state changes its position, I am demanding that federal German institutions stop showing my work held in their collections as part of its external cultural diplomacy. I am sick of my work being deployed to detract the German state's tacit agreement with displacement, ethnic cleansing, and warfare, and to lend it an aura of tolerance and inclusivity." Her artistic engagement for and interest in this female fight, without ever authorizing the armed fight, leads back to the beginning of this contribution. It leads back to her first film, to Andrea Wolf, and her lasting portraits. These traveling images of a warring woman became the linchpin of Style's theorist and practical meditation about images. Her sustained staying with her friend and warring woman Andrea Wolf may also serve as an orientation for herself as a political artist. something she can distance herself from, but something that obligates to. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Jolanda, for this interesting talk. So we will be now just going towards the conclusion of this part of this session. And the last talk before the break and Fatimah Hossaini's lecture is by Alessandra Masu. Alessandra Masu is an art historian, journalist, and author, and she collects art created by women from the 16th to the 21st centuries. She is the president of Cultural Association Artemisia Gentileschi and the director of the Artemisia Museum project, the first virtual museum dedicated to celebrating women's achievements in the arts. She got a degree from University of Perugia and a master from the School of Archival Science, Paleography and Diplomatics in the State Archive in Perugia. Alessandra writes for Epoca, Grazia and Die of la Repubblica, and she has written an historic novel, Lena che è donna di Caravaggio, 2013. In 2020 she published Perché io non voglio star più a questa vita, la voce di Beatrice Cenci dai documenti conservati negli archivi romani. And now she is working and it will be in press for in this year 2023, the anastatic print of 1623 edition of Margherita Sarrocchi's Skanderbege. And here we go. Her talk is Margherita Sarrocchi, 1623-2023, a new edition of La Skanderbege and her last will. Welcome, Alessandra.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So, La Skanderbege by Margherita Sarrocchi is the first historical heroic epic authored by a woman in the history of Italian literature. After a first incomplete edition in 1606, it was published posthumously in Rome in 1623, the first year of Urban VIII papacy. La Skanderbege chronicles the heroic deeds of Gheorghe Castrioti, commonly known as Skanderbeg, an Albanian feudal lord and military commander.
Alessandra, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you could please share your screen, your PDF or whatever, because we cannot see it.
No, I'm sharing only the images. I'm sharing the images.
Okay. You're gonna share image by image?
Yes, I sent them, so they are also there in my file with you.
Just a minute, I'm sorry.
So
now we're checking.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry, I don't have a PowerPoint. I'm traveling and I don't really have a computer and a studio setup, so this is the problem.
So I'm sorry. Okay, it's okay. You can go on. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Margherita Sarrocchi was inspired by Tasso's Gerusalemme Liberata for narrative schemes and style, and by Moderata Fonte chivalric novel Floridoro for the treatment of female characters, combining the characteristic action of this very masculine genre with the psychological insight of a woman writer on her characters' feelings and motivations. Floridoro was published in Venice in 1581, the same year as Manuzio's edition of Tasso's work, by Modesta Pozzo, alias Moderata Fonte. It is the first chivalric poem published by a woman, but it was based on the model by Ariosto. In selecting a war as her subject and epic poetry as her medium, Margherita Sarrocchi ventured into a genre that until then had been the exclusive field of male authors, reinterpreting it with her necessarily other voice and paving the way for other female authors to come. In fact, La Scanderbege constituted a very important precedent for L'Enrico, the epic poem in which Lucrezia Marinella recounts the Venetian conquest of Byzantium during the Fourth Crusade, which was published in Venice in 1635. First woman to be admitted into the Roman Accademia degli Umoristi around 1602 and into the Accademia degli Oziosi in Naples after 1611, she co-founded the Accademia degli Ordinati in Rome around 1608. Sarrocchi was also a pioneering figure for her scientific studies, collaborating with her maestro and mentor, the mathematician Luca Valerio, and corresponding with Galileo Galilei. Exactly 4 centuries after the 1623 edition, I decided to curate for Ginevra Bentivoglio Editoria in Roma the anastatic print of the 1623 Scanderbege, accompanied by an introduction on the current state of studies on Margherita Sarrocchi's biography and her work, and with the result of my research in Roman archives. It has been a pretty successful research, given that I managed to locate Margherita Sarrocchi's home. I found several unpublished letters with Felice Colonna and the Cardinal Ascanio Colonna, and most importantly, her will. La Scanderbege 1623 is going to be the first volume of the Artemisia reprint series, a series of anastatic works by authors from the 16th to the 20th century, of which there are no contemporary editions available. Born from the collaboration between Ginevra Bentivoglio Editoria and the Cultural Association Artemisia Gentileschi, Artemisia reprint will integrate the Artemisia series, which includes monographic studies on the history of women in culture and the arts from the 16th to the 20th century. The aim of our association is to promote the study and valorization of the history of women intellectuals and artists in Italy and of female collecting from the 16th century to today. As president of the Cultural Association, I am the curator of both series and of the opening volumes of both series. So the book that Consuelo mentioned before, La voce di Beatrice Cenci nei documenti conservati negli archivi romani, which was published in 2020, and now La Scanderbege 1623-2023. Margherita Sarrocchi made her debut as a poet at just 15 years old, publishing a sonnet dedicated to her patroness, Felice Orsini Colonna, in the anthology Per donne romane by Muzio Manfredi, which was published in Bologna in 1575. She was born in Naples around 1560, and in the 1580s, she was already in correspondence with various writers, including Torquato Tasso. Their meeting, only by letter, took place in August 1583 with the mediation of Maurizio Cattaneo, secretary of Cardinal Gian Girolamo Albani. Gian Girolamo Albani was the father of Lucia Albani Avogadro. Like Sarrocchi, Lucia Albani began composing poetry at 15 and was affiliated with the Accademia degli Occulti of Brescia. Tasso even dedicated a sonnet to her, and she is the sitter of a beautiful portrait by Giovanni Battista Moroni, the so-called Lady in Red of the National Gallery in London. In response to at least 2 sonnets by Margherita Sarrocchi, we have 3 replies by Tasso. A 3rd sonnet, manuscript in the Vatican Code 9880, is dedicated to Mrs. Margherita Biraghi, and therefore was addressed to her after her marriage to Carlo Birago in 1588. Between 1588 and 1589, Sarrocchi was invited by Francesco Melchiori to participate with a sonnet in the mausoleum in homage to the Roman poet Giuliano Gosellini. Probably in 1590, the poet accompanied Felice Colonna, then a widow, on a trip to Naples, attracting the attention of local literati such as Giulio Cesare Capaccio. The sonnet Donna Real nel cui pudico seno, addressed to Donna Felice, is in the correspondence of Felice Orsini Colonna at the Colonna of Paliano Archive, today in Subiaco. The same sonnet, with a few small variations, and another one that opens with Donna Real dal cui devin sembiante, accompany the dedication to Costanza Colonna, Marchionne Sforza of Caravaggio, eldest daughter of Felice Orsini and Marcantonio II Colonna, on the first partial edition, 1606, of the Scanderbege. Composed only of the first 9 cantos, the synthesis of the 10th and 11th, and a part of the 12th, it is introduced by an avvertimento, warning, from the Accademico Arrotato Comparato, which places the work of Signora Sarrocchi in the tradition of Greek female poetry and philosophy from Corinna to Ipazia. Since the affiliation of Carlo Birago, husband of Margherita Sarrocchi, to the Accademia dei Raffrontati of Siena or Fermo is not certain, it is not possible to identify him as the author of the avvertimento. Various letters and writings of, in bracket, Margherita Sarrocchi Biraga or Margherita Sarrocchi are preserved in the Colonna archive in Subiaco. The aforementioned sonnet is preserved among Felice Colonna's papers. The recent contributions by Valerio Morucci and Rosalia Francesca Margiotta reconstruct the figure of Felice Orsini Colonna as a cultured woman with a strong personality who really wanted to have a public role like other female figures of her family of origin, from her mother Francesca to her paternal grandmother Felice della Rovere, the daughter of Pope Julius II. In 1577, with the appointment of Marcantonio II Colonna as Viceroy of Sicily, Felice followed him to Palermo with some of their children. On October 8, 1597, the painter Sofonisba Anguissola, former court lady of the Queen of Spain, Isabella of Valois, and wife of Fabrizio Moncada, wrote to her. Sofonisba confidentially addressed the Vice Queen to ask her to intercede with her husband in the resolution of a dispute with a doctor called Antonino Cardonetto from Paternò, the town for which the following year, after Moncada's death, she would paint the altarpiece of the Madonna dell'Itria for the Church of the Conventual Fathers. After the sudden death of the Viceroy in Spain on August 1st, 1584, Donna Felice left Sicily for Naples, where she stayed for a few months, and in 1585 she returned to Rome. The sonnet in the correspondence of Felice Orsini Colonna is signed Margherita Sarrocchi, and it is not dated, but in a letter from Naples dated June 22nd, 1588 to Cardinal Ascanio Colonna, the signature Margherita Sarrocchi Biraga confirms that what Borzelli had reported, that in 1588 she married Carlo Birago. In fact, the married surname appears for the first time at the bottom of the sonnet that Margherita Sarrocchi Biraga composed in honor of the Calabrian anatomist and doctor Giulio Iasolino, and inserted by him at the end of his treatise De rimedi naturali che sono nell'isola di Pitecusa, oggi detta Ischia, published in Naples in 1588. In his recent essay on Sarrocchi's biography, Matteo Mandalà added some new unpublished information about her husband, in part through the analysis of the correspondence between Carlo Birago and Ascanio Colonna, preserved in the Colonna archive in Subiaco. Carlo's letters are 20 and cover the period between 1585 and 1605. Those of Margherita Sarrocchi are only 5 and date back to the years 1588-1603. Margherita's letters include the aforementioned 1588 letters from Naples, 3 letters from Marino and Paliano of 1594, a 1595 letter from Paliano, a 1601 letter from Rome, and a 1603 letter from Rome. This is what remains of a collection of letters that should have been more substantial, but which in any way is very helpful now to reconstruct the social context in which the couple lived before and during their marriage. The Birago family was an ancient and noble Milanese house which had a Piemontese branch founded by an homonymous Carlo in Turin, where a manuscript, in fact the only manuscript of La Skanderbege, literally escaped the fire of 1904 in the National University Library. Since the family was known for its brave professional soldiers, and Carlo was called captain both in a 1613 letter from Amanzio Birago to Filippo I Colonna and in Sarrocchi's death certificate, it is possible that Carlo Birago was indeed a man at arms. Even if it is not clear whether they were relatives, it is understood from the letter that the two Biragos knew each other well, and that the opportunity to write to Filippo I was given to Amanzio by the task he received from Carlo to deal with properties that the Colonnas owned in the Kingdom of Naples. The first documented informations relating to Carlo Birago date back to before his marriage to Margherita. In 1584, it fell to him, as head of his Camera, to draw up an inventory of the objects belonging to Marcantonio II, who died in Medinaceli, as we said, on August 1st of that year, and returned them to his son Ascanio in Rome. The exchange with Marcantonio's widow and his main heir date back to between the end of 1584 and the early months of the following year. In a letter dated March 2nd, 1585 from Gaeta, Carlo wrote to Ascanio that he was already employed by his mother Felicia and reiterated his willingness to become his most devoted servant. Unfortunately, from that date on, there is a gap in the documentation, which resumes with the series dated 1594. From these letters, we obtain a good deal of information on the task that Carlo Birago carried out on behalf of Cardinal Ascanio, the management of real estate and other assets, like his properties on Marino and Pagliano, but there are also comments on the health of family members and even gossip/news from the papal court. Carlo had become Ascanio Colonna's trusted man since at least 1585, and therefore the meeting with Margherita Sarrocchi in one of the Colonna residences should date back to then, at the time when the young woman was part of Donna Felice's seguito, like Margherita herself recalled in a letter dated 17 of October 1603 to Cardinal Ascanio, which I will talk a bit later further. So the marriage must have taken place prior to June 22nd, 1588, the date of the letter, where Margherita sent her greetings to Ascanio together with Mr. Carlo, my husband. In other letters, Carlo always reports the respects of my Margherita, in quotes, and in the same way, Margherita communicated those of my Carlo. Sarrocchi's letters to Ascanio Colonna, although only 5, are very interesting because they reveal both the personality of the writer and several references on her literary activity, demonstrating devotion and esteem for the cardinal, who was her age. For example, in the aforementioned letter of June 22nd, 1588, Margherita recommended to Ascanio a nephew, friar of the religion of Santo Domenico, nobly born of the house of Rossi of Parma. But most importantly, the cardinal appears to be one of the privileged correspondents to whom Sarrocchi used to send the draft of her composition, asking for his opinion. In the letter of January 25, 1594 from Marino, Sarrocchi attaches 2 sonnets, while in the one of May 12, 1594 from Rome, she complained that due to indisposition, she had not been able to send him le ottave she was working on, as they were still imperfect. Also attached to the letter of April 11, 1595 from Pagliano, she sent a sonnet, but neither these sonnets nor the 35 ottave in Biasmo degli Uomini, mentioned in the letter of March 18, 1594 from Carlo to Ascanio, and which probably merged in the Canzionarium cited by Chioccarello, survived. So Margherita declared her affection to both Ascanio and his sister Costanza, the Marchioness of Caravaggio, in the letter dated October 17, 1603 from Rome, in which, after recalling that her husband Carlo prides himself of being his servant like her, she adds, even more so since her servitude is hereditary to his most illustrious house, having served the most excellent lords his father and mother, now deceased. And she continues, I'm here with the Lady Marchioness Costanza, and I serve her in every she commands of me, and certainly to my great satisfaction, as I love her infinitely, for her great value, and for being the sister of your most illustrious lordship, and a sister who adores you as she must, so that it seems to me to serve in her person that of your most illustrious lordship. Then she informed him that, seguito il mio poema e te l'ho ridotto a buon porto, se piacerà al mondo, come dicono, si saprà ancora che ne è stato cagione l'aiuto che mi dà la liberalità di vostra signoria illustrissima. The Lord Prince of Stigliano, Don Luigi Carafa della Stadera, who has been to see me several times for a goodness in my rooms, has praised me highly in such a way that it seems to me to lend faith of the judgment of such a man. I will delay in giving my other works, which have been finished for a long time, until the turn of your most illustrious lordship, who is a light of the world. Therefore, the poet was grateful to Cardinal Ascanio not only for being an attentive reader of her works, but also for the financial support and promotion of her talent in the prestigious Colonna circle between Rome and Naples. So now we know that before June 1988,
Alessandro, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. So I'll just go to the, to the most important document I discovered. So we never knew if she ever had, a private residence where she kept this famous scientific cenacle in her honored habitation. So I found in the Stati d'Anime that she was registered in an independent apartment with entrance from Via della Pilotta on the east side of the Colonna Insula, overlooking the gardens of the Quirinale Hill in 1608. So she is in an apartment, independent apartment, with entrance in Via della Pilotta, Domus 198, Margherita da Serrocchi, Sannorum 46, with Orinzia Senensi, Sannorum 29, and with Ippolita Pica Piccolomine, with Decem Familiaribus. So interestingly, in 1608, Margherita was 46 years old and the head of her family, given that her husband Carlo is not mentioned, even though we know that he died shortly before August 31st, 1613, which is the date of the letter to Galilei in which Luca Valerio writes, Signora Margherita Sarrocchi, who from now on will have more free space to philosophize, having remained a widow. The really other important document that I found is actually her will. So we already knew that by the certificate of death, the act of death, which was published by Nadia Verdile in 1990 and by Baldini Napoletani in 1991, that she died in the second hour of the night of the 29th of October, 1617. According to her last wishes, collecting on her deathbed by the Capitoline notary Giovanni Battista Ottaviani, the body was buried de noctis in aliqua pompa, yet with particular attentions, in the Basilica of Santa Maria sopra Minerva. However, not in the Cappella Illustris Domini Marci Antoni Toscanelli Equitis Romani as indicated in her will, but in a tomb made available by Cardinal Domenico Ginnasi, the uncle and protector of the artist Caterina Ginnasi. So I'll show you the... Okay. In Margherita Sarrocchi's will, which I discovered in the State Archive in Rome, after bequeathing her medical books to Giovanni Lancetti of Viterbo, physician and poet, and her precious Greek books to Luca Valerio, she nominated Giovanni Latini da Fermo as her heir on the condition that he becomes a priest within the next 3 years. Otherwise, he would be replaced by Dr. Lancetti. As Meredith Mayers pointed out, Sarrocchi's interest in medicine, already known for her contribution in verse to Giulio Iasolino's De Rimedi Naturali, emerges in particular in the first 2 cantos of the Scanderbege, where the character of Alessandro, based on the historical figure of Castriota, is poisoned by a corrupt servant. The description of the course of the disease, of the symptoms, and of the treatments are precise and competent, reflecting not only a general knowledge of medicine according to the canons of the time, but also the medical text of the 16th century, both the most authoritative ones in Latin and those of popular extraction in the vernacular language, the so-called books of secrets, in which recipes for both poisons and antidotes could be found. In the will, it is clearly prescribed that the heir's main task is to recover Sarrocchi's credits, and in particular the one she claims to have from Don Filippo Colonna, and other pledged assets, to finance the publication of the testatrix's still unpublished works and place a plaque on her tomb. Margherita then listed these writings, and these are circa le opere di essa testatrice, che sono la prima un poema eroico in ottava rima chiamato Le Scanderbede, un canzoniero suo, un commento sopra il canzoniero di Monsignor della Casa non finito, Gli amori di Leandro Etero di Musco, tradotto da lei di greco in ottava rima, alcune notazioni sopra le posteriore di Aristotele e un trattato di predestinazione. She dictated very strict conditions regarding the publication, un trattato di predestinazione del quale ne dà pieno arbitrio al detto signore erede di farle stampare, ed il prezzo di esse sia suo libero, eccetto però detto trattato di predestinazione, il quale vuole che detto signore erede sia obbligato darlo in mano del padre maestro frate Angelo Cortese de Castello, penitenziero in Santa Maria Maggiore, pregando sua paternità reverenda, lo voglia rivedere e far stampare quando farà stampare le opere di esso reverendo padre. Di più vuole che detto signore erede, quella parte del canzoniere che si appartiene alle cose reali, alle cose morali, sia tenuto a dedicarlo all'illustrissima signora Angela Vitelli Soderina, and che dal poema eroico non possa detto erede levar le 2 stanzie che sono in lode del signor Cinzio Clemente suo medico, nemmeno quelle in lode della signora Dianora Celsa Capranica. She specified other, details, but above all, she established that each and every final decision on the texts to be published must be taken exclusively by Luca Valerio, et che detto erede non debba muovere altro verso, e così del canzoniero non possa levare alcun verso senza il consiglio del detto signor Luca Valerio, già suo maestro, e facendo altrimenti casca da ogni ragione della sua eredità ed vegga medesimamente la composizione latine, le quali debbia far vedere da persona intelligente, e si regga conforme al lor consiglio di stamparle o no, e così trovandosi altri frammenti in prosi o in versi, si debbia governarsi come di sopra. So, I think that the research has started, what I need to do further is for sure investigate in depth into Sarrocchi's family of origin in Naples and in Gragnano. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra. So we, if there are questions for speakers for this second session of the conference, if there are not, I would close this session, and there is a tea break underground, same place as we had the coffee break this morning, and by what time is it? It is 15 to 5. By 5:15, there will be Fatimah Hossaini's lectures, and so you are all invited to participate. Thank you all to all the speakers of this afternoon session. I'm sure that if we have any questions, we can also start up a conversation tomorrow. Thank you, and see you later. Thank you. And welcome back to the final talk of the day. And Adelina Modesta and myself are very honored to have here today to conclude this day Mrs. Fatimah Hossaini. I hope to pronounce it correctly. And Fatimah is an Afghan photographer and activist. She has been exiled twice, and she's fighting for the visibility of the beauty and resilience of Afghan women. She has given voices to women in warlike scenarios in Iran, Afghanistan, and also in France. And I think to quote her when she says, "The beauty of Afghan women are too far often forgotten." Fatimah has given to us with the generosity of a real and true artists, pictures and photographies. And again, we are very thankful to the students of Women in the Arts courses to have set up the exhibition. So they have prepared the program, and they have thought out how to display your works. So we are all here to listen for you, to you actually. And thanks for coming. Adelina, you want to add anything in particular?
Well, as to follow on from Consuelo, we are very honored to have Fatimah here tonight and to be able to give her insight into a woman's vision of the world. We are so much inundated with images of women, but by men. And it's just such a refreshing to have another view on things. And I welcome you. And Fatimah will be speaking. It's your book, A Beauty Amid War. Yes. Thank you very much, Fatimah.
Thank you. Thank you, Fatimah.
So, hello everyone. I'm Fatimah Hossaini, and so thrilled and honored to be here today. And thank you so much, Professor Gonzalo, and you as well, and all the team who work to make it happen. And especially like during a very sad and also special time for women of Afghanistan, I'm here to talk a little bit and highlight a little bit of my works, and talking not through the cliche image of women of Afghanistan as victims, but also their beauties, and highlight their resistance and resilience through all over the history of Afghanistan. So, as you know, I mean, about this sentence that 2 times exiled, what does it mean? The thing is that I was born in Iran, but unfortunately not as an Iranian, but as a refugee. Because, I mean, the thing is that my grandparents left Afghanistan during Soviet war, and I left and they left Afghanistan during 18, and my parents even grew up in Iran. So I was the 3rd generation who grew up in Iran, but unfortunately I could never be an Iranian because in Iran it's not by blood, it's not by birth, it's by blood. You have to have Iranian parents to be Iranian. And imagine living 20 years in a country that you are completely Iranized, but you are not on paper Iranian. So the thing is that I was always challenging myself with this identity crisis kind of. And I was always thinking, what does it mean that I know Iran history? I'm completely like my classmates. I'm completely like these people who are around me. But on paper, I'm not from this country anymore. And still I'm carrying the passport of a country and the identity of a country that I have never been. So this was so heavy crisis for me. And that was the main reason that I decided to go back to Afghanistan for the first time in 2013. And like my parents, of course, had their concerns that why you want to go back. After 4 decades, we never choose to go back to Afghanistan, and why you want to go back. So the thing is that I tried to go back and like to convince them. And then for the first time, I went to Afghanistan in 2013. But before that, the question is that the first Afghan women who I ever met was my mother and my sisters. And whatever I could search, even you can Google it, the women of Afghanistan, you can never find anything positive, but also burqa, but also a wife that her husband cut her nose, like on the cover of the magazine from Time to I don't know, Forbes to whatever, you can see like how this victim image of women of Afghanistan always promoted and highlighted. But when I went back to Afghanistan in 2019, I found so many different things. I found this hidden beauty and resilience that I could never find anything, even one word about that on media and on my, like during my research or anything. So the thing is that after 2013, I decided to go back again and again and again. So I was looking for any reason to go back to Afghanistan. And in 2015, I went through a project to train 20 Afghan women, Afghan little girls, to teach for them photography and then send them to different provinces. And in 2016, and then in 2018, after my graduation from university, that I studied, unfortunately, one industrial engineering, that my parents wanted me to be an engineer, and with photography, for them, I had no future. So I studied one bachelor industrial engineering, and in 4 years of my life, I was completely depressed, and I didn't know why I'm in the mathematics classes, in physics classes, like I didn't understand anything, and I was painting with myself. And yeah, so many times my professor kicked me out of the class because I didn't know what they are talking about. Anyway, with a crazy grade, I was graduated. And then I got a scholarship in University of Tehran, and I studied photography. And even during that time, I mean, it was so challenging for me because my parents was like, you left engineering to be a photographer, like what you're gonna do with photography? Anyway, I just started photography, and then after my graduation in 2018, I moved to Kabul. I remember that how much my mother was had concerns, and she was like, oh, don't go, please, and she begged me to not go back. Even my father told me, like, I don't pay your ticket, and if you want to go by your own. But I don't know, I was that much crazy that I said, like, yeah, I'm going to go to Kabul. And I left to Kabul, and I just rented my first apartment in downtown of Kabul street, and just trying to explore more about what does it mean to be an Afghan, and what does it mean to be an Afghan woman. So I just started the project of Beauty Amid the Swar that today I'm going to talk about it a little bit. But before that, just like show you a little bit of my photos. Yeah, this project it's happened right at the time that I had, and I was carrying this identity crisis that I was talking to you about. I mean, whatever I could find from women of Afghanistan was burqa. So the thing is that in Kabul, in Tehran, and in Iran, I was like, okay, what should I have to have the Afghan woman look or whatever? And unfortunately, I also like infected by this dark image of media. So I wore a burqa, and I walked the street of a very religious city in Iran, Mashhad, for 45 minutes. Yes, and it's so crazy. And everybody was like, what is that? What are you doing? And even police came to me like, what is that? Like, I mean, so many crazy things. But it was, you know, it was like, as you see in the title, the one who is me and the one who is not me. So the thing is that I just wanted to feel this these challenges, and also like this prison that women of Afghanistan went through all over the history. So burqa is so crazy. I mean, I just talked about burqa a lot and about this project, and so many of my Muslim students just stood up and asked me, what is your problem with hijab? And I was like, my mother has hijab, and I came from a Muslim family. I'm not complaining hijab, but burqa is something else, you know. Burqa was not even for Afghanistan. Burqa came to Afghanistan after the first wave of Taliban in 1996. It comes from some borders around Pakistan and Tibet, I think. And when you wear it, like there are some jollies in front of your eyes, and you cannot even see your in front, you know. So it's completely a prison for a woman to wear burqa. So it was so sad and so crazy for me to wear that, but I just did it to feel it. And I just went through this photo performance in 2016. And yeah, I mean, this is also like another project I would work with burqa. And unfortunately, as I told you, whatever I could find, and the source that I had from from media was burqa. So I worked kind of my first 3 projects were like focused on burqa. And let me tell you the sad story of this photo, and like how I inspired to work on this piece. So the thing is that in 1996, when Taliban took over Kabul, Afghanistan for the first time, till 2001, they were staying in Afghanistan. And if you search and you find the ID cards of all those women that the ID card have issued during these 6 years of Taliban, you cannot find any picture of women on the ID card. You know, it's all burqa. Imagine if I took photo, and if my mom, you could see this. I'm Fatima. My mom is my mom. My sister, and our photo was the same, all burqa. It's the worst scenario to eradicate the identity of a woman, you know. And it was so sad for me. And I did just this little photo that it's from I took it like myself, but I just found some, we say taskera, it's ID card of Afghan women who just got it during the Taliban regime. So yeah, I work on that as well. So supported of burqa as well. So the thing is that in that time, I mean, I showed my photos a little bit over like exhibitions and everything. And then when I went back to Afghanistan, as I told you, I found this beautiful light, this women's life, this femininity, this hidden resilience that nobody talked about it anymore. And I was like, why I don't have to cover that and a little bit talk about this hidden beauty that covered by the news of media all the time. So I just started the project with Khurasani reflection, that Khurasan, if you search, is a state that it's all about the Persian civilization. It's not Iran, it's not Afghanistan, it's not Tajikistan. You know, it's all the great Khurasan. They were all speaking Persian, and this civilization and the strong culture. So I went through that, and I just like portraits the different women in different ethnicities and different different jewelries, like all of this has a story. That's what is this scarf, like how it comes from. So it was all about these stories of portraits of women, but under burqa, you know, because I met these women. I mean, these jewelries, like whatever you see in these photos, it just took a lot of time for those women to make it. And it is just I think the beauty of women, you know, the beauty of their mindset, the women life or whatever. But another worst scenario is that, imagine when I even work on this project for the first 2 years, I didn't get any kind of very international kind of attention for this project as well, because I was in contact with some of Austrian, I think Austrian, French and American curators, that they asked me, so many times for participating in different exhibitions, and I was like, it's my new work, you know, it has a like very strong story. This is about women of Afghanistan, blah blah blah. And they were like, and I remember one of the emails of this curator from Austria that she told me, Fatimah, can you please send me the photos with burqa? And I was like, but in this exhibition, I don't want to talk about burqa anymore. Can you please show them? And she was like, please don't ignore the reality. It's the reality of women of Afghanistan. They are the burqa, you know, like, and in that time, it was like another crazy kind of shake in my works and whatever. That's, I was like, okay, so even the board want to see that from women of Afghanistan, you know. So, but I just continue this project with different women with different jewelries that I also asked them. Half of this project was taken in Afghanistan and half of them is in Iran. So this fashion sense of these different women in different provinces was quite also fantastic. And the other thing is that another goal for this project was that, unfortunately, when you are in a conflict zone like Afghanistan, there are many other crises and many other fights between all the people, even inside the country. So unfortunately, we have so many fights between the ethnicities. I mean, Pashtuns don't accept the Hazaras. Hazaras don't like the Pashtuns. Tajik don't like the both. The Pashtun don't like the Tajiks. You know, like many crazy. Because we have two national language. It's Persian, Farsi, and Pashto. So there are many conflicts as well. So that's why I also like went through this project to embrace this diversity and say like we are all beautiful together, not separately. So, I mean, I worked on this Khurasani reflection as well, and then it was my main project in Afghanistan. Very emotional project that I went through so much to photograph these women and work on this project as well. So this is the first photo of this project that I went to a very crowded, crazy street that you can not even see a woman in this street in, I think, northeast of Kabul. So I just went to that street and I just photographed this woman. But I mean, there were many challenges in the streets of Kabul as well. So there are many different messages, I mean, like between these projects and also like through this project, because the scarf that you see that this woman is like wear this scarf, it's Goleseb scarf that these shapes are very important in Persian civilization. But the thing is that in one of these ethnicities in Afghanistan that they have almond eyes, Hazaras. So it's a very important scarf. Like imagine when a girl like want to marry, like the mother gift this kind of scarf to the daughter, like these kind of things, or they put it in the very special horse that they like. So it has a special value. And I went there with this woman that she's also my friend, Tahmina, but she's from Badakhshan, from north of Afghanistan, the border with Tajikistan. So we went, both of us, to Zahak Mountains in Bamiyan, which is a province for Hazaras. And I just asked her to wear this scarf and do her eyes like this, like the almond eyes that I'm also like from that ethnicity, Hazaras. So to show that, of course, we are close together, you know, not the Tajik blame that I'm Tajik, not the Hazara say that I'm Hazara, not the Pashtun say I'm Pashtun. So this embrace, as I told you, this diversity. So it was also like very important for me to also highlight this kind of things during this photo project as well. And sometimes you see this sisterhood also, like between different women with different clothing, different jewelries. And if you see in my photos, I also like put some very modern, very contemporary, what I can say, objects as well. I mean, very casual kind of objects as well. Like if you see this off-white bit and like there, or you see also like some tattoos in the hands of some of women who I photograph, or like the sneakers, like whatever. So it's quite like a very mixed, because just wanted to show that it's the recent like pictures of Kabul, you know, and not staging some photos from very old ages. Like it's just like this photo project started in 2018 till 2021. And this is it also, like this is also Zahag Mountains that I told you. Yeah. This is also Herat, that unfortunately last week we had a crazy earthquake there. It's a very big palace in center of Herat. So this photo that I just these streets that I talked about it to you as well. So for me, going to different locations, that was very beautiful, but no women dare to go there and to take photos, you know. And it was also like so challenging for me, even during the Republic. I mean, we had a little bit of freedom, not like Western women, not like the open worlds, not at all, but at least a little bit, that I could go to that street with this woman and she play guitar and I take the photo. Like, I mean, with all these things, I could understand that it was also like risky for me. Imagine I was a Tehran-born woman, a minority as a Hazara, and just don't know a lot about Afghanistan, but also not alone. Like I was not a documentary photographer to go and just leave the location if I feel danger, you know. I was spending more times than a documentary photographer in my locations, because I was staging and I was directing the photos. And there were some other women with me in that photo project as well. So, and you cannot expect a lot from women, from the people of a conflict zone, you know. I mean, the rate of the violence is so high. I mean, I remember like it was so paradox as well, because a man came to me in this project and he told me like, shame on you, look at your hijab, like what is this guitar, this music is against this, I don't know, whatever, what, like, and he was calling the police, you know. I was like, okay, call the police. And the other person came to me like in this other photo, he just gave the birds, you know. I was like, you can also have my birds in your photos, you know. I was like how different these people are. And at the end also, like a man came to me and he bring like green tea for us, that we were taking photos, and he was like, you're tired, take some photo, like tea as well. So like I mean, the reaction of people were so different, and moreover it was more questionable for them that what this woman is doing and why she's photographing this other woman there, you know. So it was not very normal for them as well. But I could see, at least in the last 20 years of Republic in Afghanistan, like since 2013 that I went to Kabul, I could see that how much people changed, you know. In 2013, for the first time, I went to have a visit from Kabul University, and I just saw few women in the university. But in 2018, when I became a lecturer there, I just, like, even my girls' students were more than my boys' students. And so like they were trying to build something, and this was so valuable. I mean, these women who I photograph. So the other thing is that I have to tell you about this woman who I photograph. These are not the typical Afghan women that you see. I mean, when you talk about the conflict zone like Afghanistan, it's so conservative, it's so sensitive to talk about women, you know. I mean, many times I remember I had an assignment in east of Afghanistan, and I went to take the photos of some schoolgirls, and after that I just published a very, like, not very clear, a photo of all these students on Twitter, and I just saw, like, I'm getting a call from a brother, from a husband, I don't know, from many people that how dare you to share these pictures? Who are you to come here to take these pictures? You know, like, and they just send an email to DRC because I was on another assignment. So I just saw that how, like, they're sensitive about even little girls. So And like in another time also, like I had an argue with a father that he didn't let me to take the picture of his daughter, but the daughter was okay, you know. So many things. So that's why I went through the life of some women photographers, women artists, women musicians, women activists who were completely familiar with the camera and also like let me to publish their photo. But actually I have to tell you also, like a kind of 10 of my photos of this project also, like I deleted them because of these calls that I told you. Like they send me the location of my house, that we know your house, delete the picture from your website, and like don't share the photos. Or like, I mean, in most of the cases, women were completely fine that I took the picture, I wanted to publish it, they were completely fine with that. But I also like get the call from men in Afghanistan, you know, from a brother, from a husband, from a, I don't know, father. So it means that they had to give me the permission to publish the picture of the women. So it was so sad. So this was also very challenging photos because I think I captured like kind of 180 frames to take this one, because it was a mix of stage and documentary, and I was waiting for these men to pass the streets. And you can't believe that it was a huge traffic behind this taxi, that everybody were standing at what I'm doing there. And everybody's like, you're a journalist. And I was like, yes. BBC. I was like, yes. And then they were coming and they'll take my photo. And then they were calling the friends. Like, you know, it was a huge, I don't know, somebody felt that like some superstar Brad Pitt is there or something. But no, it was me with a very like crazy simple clothes, wanted to take a picture. So, I mean, the thing is that as I had very emotional feeling when I was in Afghanistan, all these challenges were also not that much, that much crazy for me. It was also like a part of my project. So, but I mean, these old photos that you see, that I have to mention that maybe from an Occidental look and from a Western perspective, it's also another cliche of beauty. And I'm sure most of the like people think about that, okay, some beautiful women in traditional clothes and histories and whatever. But when you hear the story of these women, and even me on like behind the camera, you see that women in another part of the world, how much they have to struggle, how much they have to suffer to have a little part of this freedom that you have here in this part of the world, you know. I mean, let me mention also like the recent protest in Iran as well because of women life freedom, that how much women suffered and how many of them have been killed because to just take out this scarf and have how like they hear that it's from them, for them, to show them and to have a little bit of this freedom. So the thing is that yeah, I mean it's so sad to see that for this little bit of we call it freedom there, we had to suffer, we had to get permissions, we had to go through so much, like so many crazy messages as well. I mean, I remember in 2020, I mean, the target killing started little by little in Afghanistan. Like they killed so many of the journalists, many women activists or whatever. And then I just saw that some of these extremist people trying to message me on Twitter, finding my locations, like, hello, I'm a journalist. Can we have an interview with you? Like, where do you live exactly in Kabul? We wanted to meet also like your house, your photographs. I mean, I could understand that it was a weird message, you know? And also like another case, like another crazy person, and I'm sure that he also put the flag of Taliban on the cover of his Twitter, messaged me that why you want to promote the Western ideas in Afghanistan. It's not, Afghan women are not, I don't know, whatever. And this photo that I gave you with the woman who is smoking, and I said like, okay, you want to show that women of Afghanistan are smoky, and like we have to punish you, like many stupid things, you know. I was like, okay, but just to, these women are not naked. These women are not like even that much harsh to get this much hate and like harsh behaviors. But imagine, just wanted to tell you that how much women just over there in another part of the world are suffering because to have and taste a little bit of this freedom. Not the real freedom, you know, like a little bit. So, and then, but I found so many interesting stories among these women. I mean, let me tell you the story of this hat as well, which is so important for me. And I remember when I left Afghanistan, I also put this hat in my backpack to take it with myself to France. So it's from my origin, Daikundi, that it's the northeast of Bamiyan in Afghanistan, the end of the kind of the road of the Bamiyan province. It's in the middle of mountains, you know, it's very far, and women there, like 14 hours far from the city center, make this hat which called topak. And imagine these women are far from the city center and they're far from the facilities or whatever. And they wait for kind of plants to grow, and then they just like make it on put it on fire to just melting shape. And then they put it into some shapes of the head. And they wait 2 months after to that it become dry. And then they make all these things with their hands. And also it depends that you're single or you're married, that how many topaks should be on your hats. And these colors, you know, and this also like patience to make these hats was the symbol of women of Afghanistan for me, that how much they were patient and how they also like suffer to make this beauty and to build something, and how much you could find another face of another face of a woman, another face of this sense of femininity, beauty in the middle of mountains. It was quite beautiful for me. And women also like wear it in different festivals. We have a very famous almond festival because almond trees are a lot in Daikundi. So just wanted to give you like an example of this story. But when I wanted to search about this hat, I saw like topak hat. I like in every kind of spelling, I write topak hats, and I couldn't find anything about topak, you know. But when you say burqa, you find like 1,000 and 1,000 articles about burqa, Afghan women, burqa. And even, I mean, this mindset is also like very crazy, because whenever I had these exhibitions in different countries, I mean, recently in France, I mean, so many of the women came to me and told me like, are you sure you took these pictures in Afghanistan? It's not Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, or somewhere around? I was like, no, it's Afghanistan. And they were like, yeah, because, you know, we just see burqa and we don't see any burqa in your photos. I was like, yeah, because it's not just burqa. And even when I had this hat as well, like so many people who didn't know me, they were like, oh, wow, Mongolia, India, Pakistan. I was like, no, Afghanistan. I was like, no way, Afghanistan, this hat, Afghan, are you sure? Like, yeah, of course, I'm sure. You know, like, just want to tell you like how this image is dark, you know, and it is also like, it's so sad for me, like, to just think about it, that how these 4 decades of civil wars in Afghanistan just eradicate the 1,000 years of history of Afghanistan, you know, and nobody wanted to mention. And today, when I'm invited to some places, when I'm invited to talk about my works and everything, that I didn't go through the cliche of dark image of women of Afghanistan, instead of talking about Rumi, instead of talking about Buddhas of Bamiyan, instead of talking about the poets of the Persian civilians it's all over the history of Afghanistan, I have to talk about that how women are suffering under Taliban regime. And people ask me, like, what do you think about the future of Afghanistan? What do you think about Taliban? And imagine, I was there just for 7 years of last years of Republic, but women, people like suffered, worked in the past 20 years of Republic in Afghanistan to like reach a little bit to freedom and talk about something different from Afghanistan, not terrorism, you know, not bombing, not explosions, not burqa. But today we went back to that story again, and this makes this scenario more sad and sad and sad. So yeah, I mean, I worked on this project and these women in Afghanistan, and all the time I was questioning why I'm in Afghanistan, why I'm taking the picture of these women. And the story of these textiles and the designs that I use, that I told you, like this tea is also like very special part in Afghanistan and whatever. And unfortunately, Afghanistan and this concept didn't stay that much. These beauties and this imagination in these dreams to being in Afghanistan didn't stay that much for me. And this was I didn't know that, but it was the last session of my photo project in Kabul, just 2 months before the fall of Republic. And I just took these photos, and I was putting my in my calendar the next shoot and everything, but I didn't know that no, it's gonna be the last one. So I just took these pictures, and unfortunately, I got stuck in Kabul when the second time Taliban came to Kabul and took over Afghanistan and Kabul, the capital. And yeah, I mean, it was not just a fall of a geography or a city for me, but the fall of beliefs, the fall of the freedom, the fall of these beauties, the fall of whatever. I went back to Afghanistan because of that, you know. I didn't go back to Afghanistan for an assignment, like a journalist, for a project, for an assignment. I went back with nothing to just a little bit highlight these beauties and resilience and this forgotten history of Afghanistan through my pictures. And even I didn't have time to finish my project, you know. And on 15th of August, when I was in Kabul, and in that day, I was supposed to go to Istanbul in the evening. And in the morning, when I went for the COVID test, everything was okay. The president was in the country. Americans were still in Afghanistan. International community were still there. Some embassies just left Afghanistan. And then I just saw that everybody is running, and I just came back to my apartment, and I saw from my balcony that, yes, Taliban are here. And then I just turned on the TV, I saw that, yeah, Taliban took over Kabul. And then they took the presidential palace, the president fled the country. And I mean, it was a big mess and big shock for all Afghan nation, and of course, all around the world. Because before that, I remember when I went back to Kabul from Tehran, 1 month before fall of Kabul, more than 400 districts were taken by Taliban, but nobody could expect that they take over Kabul, you know, the capital. Maybe it's power sharing. Americans are still there. Like we were so hopeful, but no, like they were all happen in front of the world's eyes. And the sad part was the evacuation. Like when this evacuation started, all the people who had visa could take a flight, and not the normal flight. It was all military aircrafts. And I was there with 6 friends, that 2 of them are in my photos as well. And we were in different lines with nothing. I just put my camera, my laptop, my tow pack, and some of my hard disks, and just left my home, you know, like I just like locked the doors of the apartment that I suffered a lot to have that in Kabul, like fighting with family, with the society, with many things. But I just locked it and just left like Kabul. I left my home. And then I went to the military side, and then I was in the US line, but in that time I didn't want to go to America anymore because I really felt betrayed from American government and like the troops that how they left Afghanistan after 20 years to the hands of a terrorist group, Taliban. And yeah, I mean, like so emotional feelings, but I mean, I remember the troops were just passing the line, and the first troop was Italian, and I was also in Italy list as well because I work with the organization in Orvieto, and then I was like Italy, and they didn't see me, and then the UK passed, and I was like UK, they didn't see me, and then Germans, and at the end there were just 3 French troops, they were passing. And I was like, France, artist. And they came back, you know. So like, who is the artist? I was like, yeah, it's me. And they took me from the line, you know. And it was so sad because all these countries also like evacuated whatever they needed. I mean, when I saw even the most, like the hardest part of my journey and the hardest part of my traumas that still I'm carrying with myself is this evacuation, that I could see, okay, Afghanistan is done, you know, it's gone. But this evacuation also was so sad a story because I could see with my eyes that the people of Afghanistan are leaving their home to nowhere, you know, with no destination. And also like different countries take them for different reasons. I mean, France evacuated journalists and artists. All these former corrupted politicians left to US and also UK, you know, and then Germany evacuated the engineers, doctors, like I think the sport women, the footballists and volleyballists, all of them left to Portugal, you know, and like all these like countries, like okay, we want this, you know, like you could see the list, yeah, the selection you could see because France just evacuated journalists and artists. They evacuated 3,000 artists and journalists. So it is so sad, even this concept, you know. But I mean, I was in the feeling that I couldn't realize all these things and finalize it. So I just left to the shelter of French shelter. And yeah, and after one day, I opened my eyes in Paris with a heavy broken heart and like didn't know what happened. Like, yeah, I was in Kabul, like what happened? Now I'm in France. Like, you know, I was in that big shock that I didn't know. I didn't have even time to process that, yes, Taliban took over Afghanistan. And then it was the start of this another tragedy in Afghanistan. And today I'm here, and instead of talking about the beauty of these women again, I have to tell you that all of these women left Afghanistan. And in a very long time, I was in contact with many of them to share their photo or not, because I was not sure if any of them still got stuck in Kabul. So we'll end up in different countries. Some of them are in UK, some of them are in US. I'm in France. Another one is in Netherlands. Another one is still in Abu Dhabi. Another woman is still in Pakistan waiting for American visa. You know, like we all just separated to different countries, to different destination, and our like world changed completely. And I just arrived in France with I told you, like shattered body, like shattered soul, broken heart, like don't know what happened. And I had nothing, just the files of my photos and unfinished project. So I didn't know what to do and how to finish it and how to like healing myself with this project, you know. And I just went through the life of women of Afghanistan who left Afghanistan to France, and they were also like someone in Afghanistan, or also like this resilience in exile, not in Afghanistan. So this woman that you see the picture, she was a superstar in Kabul, you know. Her movie, like her films, won Golden Globe in 2006, and she was on the red carpets of Cannes Festival, like for many times. She told me like she traveled to Paris 8 times for different reasons, for the film festivals, like cinema and art. But she could never imagine in the age of 50, she also become a migrant and left Afghanistan with a military aircraft to Paris. So for me, her resilience in exile was also important. This woman is also like, was a cinematographer. Like she also worked in Afghanistan since Soviet. She stayed also in Afghanistan for the first wave of Taliban, and she was working also like in national TV during the Republic. But she left Afghanistan with her 2 daughters, and also she was the only Afghanistan Sama dancer, the Darwishi dance. She also left Afghanistan with only her clothes, with only her Darwishi clothes and nothing else. And she was also a painter and actress. And I just give an end to my photo book and also my project with a portrait of myself, because all the story of these women were my story, you know. And I just wear that topak that I had from my origin of my parents, and these pants that there are some textile that my mother made it for me. And it's my first place after I left Afghanistan in Paris, that I just put also like a carpet from the Maimana in north of Afghanistan. And yeah, I just finished the project with the self-portrait. So, I mean, now working in exile, it's not easy at all. I mean, I'm completely disconnected with the source of my works, with the weather that I used to smell, like with the lost home that, as you know my story, I was looking for it for over 20 years, you know, and become a refugee again, like taking another labels again, going through that artist in exile, evacuees, I don't know, refugee. I mean, honestly, I'm tired of these titles, like for all my in life, you know, because I'm carrying it since I was born in Iran. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy at all, but the resilience, the beauty, the femininity, the hope that I always talked about it in my works, still I'm gonna talk about it, not from my home country, Afghanistan, but also from exile. So I just continue my projects in Paris, that you see my recent project now. That's when you're in exile, you know, you're physically somewhere. I'm physically in Rome now. I'm physically in Paris, you know, but fully I'm not in, you know, I'm in somewhere else. Like I feel Afghanistan. I'm thinking about my clothes in Kabul. I'm making Afghan food in my studio, you know, like it's so hard to just attach yourself to a new language, new people, new culture again, you know. And I also think that it needs another resilience as well. It needs another resistance again. So the new project that I worked is also like wandering in Paris. That at the end, as a gift, I also like show you the video of this project as well that I work with Sami. He's here as well. And yeah, I mean, it's about just healing this exile again with the beauty and courage, you know. I'm far from Afghanistan, from women of Afghanistan, and completely disconnected with the source of my works, but still trying to use whatever I have and whatever I can have in exile. So it's a crazy project that I worked. So yeah, I mean, the old clothes that we wear, it also has a story. I don't know if you know Commando Massoud, like the last province that had the resilience in Afghanistan was Panjshir. That this hat become the symbol of this resistance. Also because of the background of Commando Massoud, and also like because of the recent resistance in there, because it was the last province that Taliban took over. And also like my topak and also my Hazaragi dress, but at the background you see it's Paris. So yeah, it's wandering in Paris, and you will see the video now as well. So it's you know, it's a very, very hard also like cultural attachments, cultural displacement, because you're thinking about Kabul, you're completely somewhere else, but you are hearing kind of Edith Piaf, you know, you're eating fromage, you know, and you know, you don't know, like, I'm this one or that one, you know, like, you're just like, I mean, confusing with different situations. So you see also in the videos that sometimes how I'm into Ahmad Zahir songs in Afghanistan, talking about the streets of Kabul, but also like hearing another French music as well. So it's also like about this cultural displacement. And it's so like this is also like last piece that I worked, and I won a prize of the National Association of Fine Arts Academy in Paris with this work. It also has a video as well. It's also like my flashback to Iran, you know. I mean, I was always working and very connected to Afghanistan. And the thing is that I was born in Iran, and also like I have a little part in my heart and in my behavior, in my everything from Iran. So that's why I just stage a picnic in Tehran, but it's in Paris, you know. And like this motorcycle you see over there, this carpet, like it's very, very Persian picnic. And also like I use some little objects that you see, it's also very Persian. And the scarf that I have, the outfit. So yeah, I mean, this was also last photo of my new project. Still, I'm trying to continue and keep myself connected to a new country and new exile, kind of. But yeah, it's not easy at all. But yeah, there's no way to give up. So it's just like surviving, building something again, and so also like this resistance and resilience in exile. But my heart aches for women of my country, like all the time, and so many times, even looking at the pictures that I took from women over there, really it's heartbreaking for me because I mean, as I told you, like even the concept of my works have been changed, and today there is no room to talk about the issues of beauties, the concerns of the femininity in Afghanistan, and women under Taliban regime. Like it's the worst scenario ever, never ever. I mean, you see that women cannot go back to work, little girls cannot go back to school. And like this is the Kabul that I lived with these women, it's not this Kabul anymore. And even in some provinces, women cannot go out for the public places or like buying some groceries. So it's a very, very hard scenario. And they also like close the beauty salons everywhere. So, I mean, the situation is quite sad. It's quite sad, and there's no also like room to help them, because international community also like close their doors to Afghanistan because they don't recognize Taliban, and thanks to not recognize Taliban, but also the people of Afghanistan in the middle are just the victims of this politics and these wars. But yeah, I hope all the women of the world, and also women of Afghanistan, and also women in conflict zones, like stand tall. And grazie mille. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Well, it's a lot. So it's very touching what you are narrating and showing us the hidden side of Afghanistan, because probably what best matches the propaganda, I mean, just using the word without seriously any political meaning, but the propaganda wants to see the Afghan women wearing the burqa, and it is all we know and all we see about Afghanistan. So to see what Afghanistan was before the Taliban took over, and through the lens of your camera in your eyes, it's endlessly, I think, important. And you have covered lots of topics, arguments. You have given a lot of insights, and which is really difficult to weave them, no, and to make kind of braids as yours. And well, when you were talking, here there is a group of students and women in the arts, and what we do mainly is to cover the history of women, and then we just use art as a mean of. And so I was thinking of the women during Roman times. They could not go walk alone. They could not take their own decisions. They had to ask the permit of their fathers, brothers, sons, and etc. to do whatever they wanted. So I'm talking of something which happened 2,000 years ago, if not more. And what I used to say always at all the times, remember that there are still existing these kind of things. So just try to use history, but it is difficult to give a different perspective and a different hope to the world. And yes, of course the narration of you to leave the country is particularly touching, because I'm really trying to connect to some of the, particularly one of the talks we have had today. I was just thinking of the fascists and time, and exactly on October of 16th of October of 1943. So we just celebrated 80 years. The Jewish of Rome were taken off from Rome. They were deported to the concentration camps. So fortunately, they're not existing, at least in these regards. But yes, so it is just to say that you have really touched a lot of sensitive points for everyone, including, the fact that most of the audience is from the United States of America. And so, I'm serving and working for American institution. So the importance, sometimes we are not really convinced about, but the importance of exporting democracy. And and that's why we don't to give up, as you said. And just to go into a different perspective, your pictures in terms of aesthetics are simply, I cannot find adjective. And Adelina, they're stunning. And please, Adelina.
I think that they are visually catching and absorbing, and quite. I get a sense that you come from the Afghan perspective, but I also find that in the aesthetics, it's very much a Western tradition that informs your imagery. Even this one with Luncheon on the Grass, for example, that you seem to be able to combine the two worlds and the synthesis of that, and I find that really quite touching as well. Thank you. Thank you very much for speaking to us tonight.
If you have questions, please. Juliet Simpson, yes, please come.
Thank you so much, Fatimah, for this tremendously powerful as well as moving insight into your journey your relationship with the Afghan women during the Republic and subsequently. I think it's very, very powerful the way in which you have drawn a particular line about victimhood, and you've created a whole different lens and a kind of deeper set of connections. And I was very, very intrigued to know when you were working, for example, the project The Pear and the Oyster, and the other project, the projects that have preceded Burqa, how the women you worked with in a way began to, what was the process by which they sort of opened up, shall we say, this color, this particularity, this sort of sense of uniqueness of their own situatedness. You talk about staging, which is very interesting. We see them staged, but I also got the sense very much of a deeper journey with them at work. And whether in any of these particular situations, these are women, even during the Republic, that had to, for some reason or other, wear a burqa to, in a sense, cover over this tremendous sense of color and vitality, which is very much there in your work, that you bring them back, not just into visibility, you bring them into color, which I thought was really powerful. So that sort of sense of a process, which we feel, but we can't quite get at as well.
Thank you so much for your beautiful words for this photo project, and also like about these women. So the thing is that, I mean, as you like for the question, the thing is that the process, even finding these women, was also like so complicated, as I told you, like how is the whole situation of Afghanistan, and this patriarchal society is so sensitive on the concept of women, and the subject is about if the subject is about women. So I just went through some of the film directors, some movies, some books, magazines, like some people who I know, to find these women in my photos that I photograph. But the story of them was also like the story of the resilience. I mean, this woman that I have the portraits as well, like I still like follow her story, but she's a very young, beautiful, 24 years old girl that when I was taking her photos in Afghanistan, I found her through a movie in Kabul, and she has a mullah father. Her father is completely a very extremist man, a very religious man, and they were five sisters, and they were living in a very like poor area of Kabul, in west of Kabul. And whenever I asked her for coming to my photo shoot as well, I used to send a taxi for her. And you can't imagine that her father even didn't know that her daughter is an actress or is a model or whatever. And she was like living home with not a burqa, but with a full like black hijab. And like she was always coming like that till the time she arrived at the location. And whenever I used this like clothes, everything for her to take their photo, you don't know like how much, even it was performance for me, because I could see this this bright excitement in her eyes as well, and how much even she was discovering this beauty of herself, and also like the woman that she could be in these clothes. So why her story was specific for me? Because she was telling me the story of the women of Afghanistan just in one story, that I also like had a debate with BBC like 2 years ago on this how beauty means in conflict zones. So even when you are like full of restrictions in a conflict zone, sometimes as a woman you really forget That's about your femininity. You forget about your beauty because nobody is there to appreciate you. Everybody will just push you back, and you just like really forget it. That's why the story of Tupac was also amazing for me, because how women in the middle of mountains, what is your inspiration to make that hat, right? And how you think about those beautiful colors in the middle of mountains. And this was also my inspiration, because I was born in Tehran. I grew up, I studied in an art school. So I had many more inspiration. Like but I mean, the thing is that the inspiration to also like have this resistance with myself as a person behind the camera was also, is that how a woman in the middle of mountains can keep it, but why I don't have to keep it, and just reflect her story to the world. So this woman was also as well, like, imagine this restriction of her family. I'm not talking about Afghanistan or the big society, just her family. And imagine how much her father was just like restrict her, that when she was even in this clothes and hat, she was discovering another Jamila, because she was, her name was also Jamila. And also among all these miseries and restriction, everything, she always was there for me to take her photos. And many times she was scared, like I published a photo, but she was like, no, Fatima, do it. I'm doing for my other sisters, for my little sisters. If they killed me, let them kill me, but my sister will be free, you know, like she was in that concept. By the way, she got stuck in Kabul, unfortunately, 6 months after the fall of Kabul, but now she's in Bangladesh. She's studying her bachelor. And recently, she just got a scholarship in Juilliard University in US, and through another organization, we tried to fundraising for her, and she's going to US in 2024 for studying theater. And whatever she did, you know, she have done for herself, it was her. And this girl is the symbol of resilience for me. That's so. Just wanted to give you some example of what inspired me, and how the story of these women were also particular in this project. I hope I answer your question.
Yeah, that's so great. Thank you. What a wonderful story, and such resilience, such resistance as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Questions? Anyone has questions? No? I have just one more, and then we can conclude. I want just to know if you have met instead a woman who didn't want to take a picture of her. I mean, if you have met a woman who instead didn't want to be photographed.
Did I see it?
Yeah. So the women, women, we were not really, supporting your idea.
But I mean, in most of the case, even if these women, were not agree for the photos, it was a little bit of this sense of like they were scaring someone, they were like, it was so more sad for me, because I remember I met a very beautiful musician in Kabul, and I just wanted to take her photo. And first she said like, of course it's okay, you can come. And then she said like, my fiance don't like me to be in public in front of camera. And then she started some other, and I saw that, and she said like, I don't like you photograph me. And I could understand that it was not her decision, So I mean, most of like I also like work on some other photo project for Guardian recently after the collapse in 2022 about these women in exile, that I also talked about that there was so much desire of freedom in between the women in Kabul, among all these restrictions, everything. I could see that how women just trying to find a way to experience this freedom, to experience another world, to just have a little bit of whatever they want to have. So most of the time they didn't give up. I mean, like the story of Jamila, there were thousands of this story. The other woman with her Mahalwak, she has also like very amazing story. She was also very famous in Kabul. And she just got married in a very early age after she lost her mother. And after that, she just left west of Afghanistan to Kabul, living alone, and her brother just joined her. Like, I mean, she had also like very crazy story till the time she became an amazing, very successful actress in Kabul. Yeah.
Okay. So, if there are no questions, I would say we can thank you again, Fatimah, and let's just applaud to her again because it has been so touching and important for us to have you here.
Yes, at the end, you can see also like a video that's, it's the video of this last project that I worked with Sami.
Thank you. Okay, yes.
Quand il me prend dans ses bras, qu'il me parle tout bas, je vois la vie en rose. Il me dit des mots d'amour, des mots de tous les jours, que ça me fait quelque chose.
Here, make Pop it off at your
Oh, il me prend dans ses bras, il me parle tout bas, je vois la vie en rose.
خدا بوت یارت قرآن نگهدارت سخی مددگارت سخی مددگارت خدا بوت یارت قرآن نگهدارت سخی مددگارت سخی مددگارت